Good morning and welcome to the February 2024 Texas Commission on Law Enforcement meeting. Would you all please stand?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Lubbock Honor Guard. I want to recognize Corporal Tino Blanco, Officer Daniel Steen, Officer Ricardo Dennis, Sergeant Adam Freeman, and Officer Kirill Kucher-Yavanko. Let's give them a hand. Thank you. They did a fantastic job and traveled all the way from Lubbock to honor us with their presence. I'd now like to ask, also from the Lubbock Police Department, Chaplain John Giesling to please give us the invocation.
Would you all pray with me? Dear Lord, we thank you for our safe arrivals at this meeting here today. We ask for clear and discerning minds during this time. May we speak clearly and effectively as the topics are discussed. Today, there is also action being taken to induct officers into the Peace Officer Memorial Monument. I pray we all take a pause at this induction, a pause to acknowledge that each of these peace officers serve their communities and recognize they all left family or friends behind. A pause to honor these peace officers with the respect they earned through their sacrifices. May their names be forever remembered. Lastly, Lord, may we leave this meeting knowing this great state has been served by our actions here and that our actions have been honoring to you. In your name we pray. Amen.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. And you may be seated. Ms. Barksdale, would you please do roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right. Good morning. Commissioner Kim Lameau.
Here.
Commissioner Jason Hester.
Here.
Commissioner Patricia Burris.
Present.
Commissioner Janet Adkins.
Here.
Commissioner Michael Griffiths.
Here.
Commissioner Mario Lascano. Commissioner Justin Berry.
Here.
Commissioner Connor Harvey.
Here.
And Commissioner Justin West.
Here.
We have a quorum. Welcome.
Well, good morning, and thank you to all of you who have joined us here in Austin this morning, and good morning to all of you that are joining us online. This is an especially important meeting today as we will be hearing from all three of the advisory committees as they report out on the awesome work that they have been doing and also on their recommended policies. You'll also be hearing some of the associated, or hearing about some of the associated rule changes that will go along with that. You may also have noticed that we have a couple of people that aren't here any longer, and also some new faces up here on the commission. So if you will allow me to make some brief comments, I wanted to thank Martina Lamont Dixon of Kingwood. She's the Chief Executive Officer at C3 Building Solutions. She was appointed on August 5th of 2022 to serve the remainder of an unexpired term, and she was not reappointed. We also want to thank Constable Ron Hood of Dripping Springs, and he serves as the constable in Hays County. He's a former police officer with over 40 years of law enforcement expertise. He was first appointed to the commission by Governor Rick Perry on October 10th of 2011. Both members served the commission and the state of Texas and its citizens well, and I think we would like to honor them. Would you please join us in giving them a round of applause? And we have some new members and some not so new members. I want to congratulate Jetta Atkins of Abilene, who was reappointed by Governor Abbott. She is the Criminal Justice Manager and Training Coordinator for the West Central Texas Regional Law Enforcement Academy and the West Central Texas Council of Governments. She has 38 years of experience as a Texas peace officer, working for the Abilene Police Department and the Taylor County Sheriff's Office. 26 of those years have been in the field of law enforcement training, and her term will now expire August 30th of 2029. So we're glad to have you back. We also have back Officer Justin Berry of the Austin Police Department. He is a senior officer there with over 16 years of experience. He received a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice and a Master of Science in Criminal Justice Leadership and Management from Sam Houston State, and his term will expire August 30th of 2027. And brand new to the commission, I want to recognize Connor Harvey of Houston. He is an attorney at Murphy, Ball, Stratton, LLP, where his practice includes civil and white-collar litigation and appeals. Harvey received a Bachelor of Public Administration from the University of Texas at San Antonio and a Juris Doctor from the University of Chicago Law School. His term will expire August 30th of 2029. And last but not least, we have Constable Justin West of League City. He is the constable there at Precinct 4 in Galveston County. He received a degree in Information Technology and Security from Western Governors University, and his term will expire August 30th of 2029. So would you help me welcome our new commissioners and our commissioners who've been reappointed? Okay. We'd also like to take the opportunity to recognize two of TCOLE's executive team for their work and service after Executive Director Kim Vickers retired, and before we were able to hire our new Executive Director, Greg Stevens. Gretchen is TCOLE's Director of Government Relations and led the agency through the recent legislative session. She is TCOLE's liaison with the legislature. She navigated us through the second Sunset Review, where she served as a liaison with the commission and worked with multiple legislators and their staffs on numerous pieces of legislation impacting the agency and the law enforcement profession. This was a particularly challenging and impactful session, and Gretchen rose to the occasion, enhancing communications not only with the legislative staff, but also with all of us as constituents. She's a dedicated professional whose work had a powerful impact on the profession and the agency, and we would like to take the opportunity to thank her for all of her hard work and her dedication to TCOLE and to the profession. So for those of you that work for her, don't make her mad. She's now got a... She's got the mallet. Okay, we'd also like to recognize TCOLE's General Counsel, John Beecham, who served as the agency's interim director for the better part of 2 years. And this has always been a challenging position to serve in, but John accepted the challenge, and we could not have asked for anything more from an interim director. We asked John to not keep the agency at status quo, but to move it forward. And he embraced this guidance with a passion. He led the agency through the transition, through the second sunset review, and through the legislative session. He and his team established and enhanced relationships with constituents and partners from across the state, and took the communication to really an unprecedented level. He addressed and implemented the recommendations from the Sunset Commission, increased TCOLE's budget, added numerous positions that will assist the agency for decades to come, also assisted Gretchen in educating and assisting the legislators and their staffs on the many new pieces of legislation that were introduced. But most importantly for me is that, and the other commissioners, is that John demonstrated really an unprecedented passion and dedication, and really approached this assignment with the utmost professionalism and integrity and a profound level of leadership. I think we all got to know a lot more about John and Gretchen and really the entire team through this experience. But he had a significant impact on the agency and the profession, and he made a difference for all of us that are in the profession, and also to the state and the citizens. But we want to recognize and thank you, John, for your service and for your work. Okay, Executive Director, you now have 2 of your staff that are armed. And we just armed them here this morning. So, as I said earlier, we have a lot of information to cover today. I expect this to be one of the most important meetings for the Commission. So appreciate, again, all of you that joined us here today, and for those of you joining us online. And we will move forward with the meeting. So we are going to bypass item number 4 and move that to the next meeting. And from there, we'll move on to agenda item number 5, which is to receive the reports from various members of the TCOLE staff. For my report today, it is, we are asked to, anytime we add new members onto the commission, we are asked to appoint new officers, to include assistant presiding officer and secretary. We will be doing that today. Ms. Barksdale, as we move forward and vote on this, we'll be doing a roll call vote. So we have both positions that we will be filling today. Do we have any volunteers or nominations for secretary?
I'll volunteer for that.
I'll make a motion to nominate Constable West, Commissioner West, for secretary.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Would you please do a roll call vote from bottom down, please?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, top down, please.
Top down, will do. Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Kim Lamo,
Aye.
Commissioner Jason Hester,
Aye.
Commissioner Patricia Burris. Aye. Commissioner Jenna Atkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Michael Griffiths,
Aye.
Commissioner Mario Lascano, Commissioner Justin Berry,
Aye.
Commissioner Connor Harvey,
Aye.
and Commissioner Justin West.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, Mr. Secretary, congratulations. We look forward to working with you in that capacity. Do we have any nominations or volunteers for Assistant Presiding Officer?
I'd make a motion to nominate Jason Hester.
I second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Ms. Barksdale will again do a roll call vote from the top down.
Commissioner Kim Lamo,
Aye.
Commissioner Jason Hester,
Aye.
Commissioner Patricia Burris,
Aye.
Commissioner Janet Adkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Michael Griffiths,
Aye.
Commissioner Mario Lascano, Commissioner Justin Berry,
Aye.
Commissioner Connor Harvey,
Aye.
and Commissioner Justin West.
Aye.
We have 0 no's and we have 8 ayes.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, sir, on your reappointment. Okay, we'll move on to our executive director. I'm not sure.
There we go.
There we go. How about that? There we go. Now I can hear it. I've got a very brief report, and the first thing I'd like to do is introduce 2 new employees. Since the last commission meeting, we've hired 3 people. I'm one of those, and 2 others. David Delgado with Information Technology, and is he in the room? Okay. He is a programmer 3. David joined our information technology team as a software developer on January 29th. He received his bachelor's degree in mathematics and computer science from the University of Texas. His experience as a software development engineer, quality assurance engineer, front-end development, automation, workflow streamlining, and data visualization. David has 4 years of IT experience in the private sector. Also, we hired Mark Duncan, who I did see right here, with our legal team. He is a general counsel too. Mark joined our legal team as an assistant general counsel on February 1st. He received his JD from the University of Texas School of Law. He joins us from his most recent job as a senior attorney with the Austin Independent School District. He's also been assistant counsel, general counsel at the Texas Education Agency, assistant attorney general at the Office of the Attorney General, as well as an attorney at the Department of Public Safety. He has 17 years total state government legal experience. In terms of our hiring and our recruiting goals, it's one of the big things that I've put in line for what we really need to be focusing on is filling the vacancies that we have, many that were given to us in this legislative session, as well as some that we have that we've always had. We currently have 76 people on staff, so we've been hiring at a pretty good rate. We have 16 vacancies. Since over the last week to 2 weeks, we've made 1 offer of employment to on a position in enforcement, and that person is finished with background and will start sometime here in March. We've also made an offer to an individual who's just beginning background, and that will be the executive assistant position in my office. We also have interviews that are ongoing or about to begin in enforcement as well as in information technology. So we are hiring at a good rate, although seemingly slow, considering what we do and what TCOLE does for our state. We want to make sure that we're only bringing in the most qualified, the best people, and only those worthy enough to serve the customers of TCOLE. So we're going to be very methodical, hire as quickly as we can, but hire only the best and the right people. One of the things I want to point out too that was part of this package was vehicles that we had a lot of budget for, and how that process is going. We have received 4 newly purchased vehicles. They are 2 of which are in operation and 2 of which are about to be in operation in the next couple of days. We're still awaiting the delivery of 24 vehicles. Those are on the ground and they're currently being processed and upfitted. Also, and my last thing is just to say very generally the status on the implementation of Senate Bill 1445. You're going to hear a lot about that today. One thing that I want to point out specifically and make sure that the regulated community does know is the changes to the F5 process. That is coming up in a couple of days, and as you all well know, any person that is separated, any licensee that is separated on or after March 1st, that form changes. There's I think kind of a little misunderstanding that the F5 goes away. The F5 does not go away. We do still need the F5 to notify the agency, to notify TCOLE that the individual has separated. However, the categories of discharge, the characterization of discharge, honorable, general, or dishonorable, that part of the form does go away. And in the processes of implementing Senate Bill 1445, that's being replaced with a couple of different measures, and you'll hear again a lot about that today. One thing that I do want to make clear is that if a chief administrator, an agency head, is filling out an F5 on, again, hypothetical dates, on March 3rd, but the licensee separated today, they would still use the old form and have to categorize that separation, whereas if that person separated on March 2nd, they would use that new form, and we will be ready to make that change whenever they do that, either electronically or by paper. And that concludes my report. Any questions?
Well, I think we would all like to take the opportunity to welcome you. Many of you attended Chief Stevens' swearing-in ceremony last month back in January, but after a lengthy search and many very viable candidates, we unanimously selected Chief Stevens as the new Executive Director of the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. And you have hit the ground running, sir. I feel like you've been in that chair and sitting there for years, but we want to welcome you on board. I can assure all of the constituents here in the meeting and joining us online that we have exciting times ahead for TCOLE, and I think we have the utmost confidence in your leadership and the team's ability to really move this agency forward. And with all of the some sunset implementations with the work that's being done on the advisory committees, we have a new legislative, we'll have another legislative session that will begin in about 10 short months. So there's just so many possibilities as we look ahead to TCOLE. And I have no doubt, I know that you spent 26 years in Lubbock and retired there as the chief. You also recently retired as the chief in Rockport, and I know the stamp that you put personally on both of those organizations. You're well known throughout the state, you're well respected throughout the state by not only licensees, but also both labor and management groups. So we are here to provide you with the utmost level of support as you move this organization and this agency forward. We have high expectations, but have no doubt that you can fill that role. And we feel very blessed and very fortunate that you were interested in this position, that you applied for this position, and that we were able to entice you to come be the executive director of TCOLE. And I'm just so excited for the years ahead and for the stamp that you're going to put on that. And I know that we've already gotten a lot of positive feedback from the TCOLE staff, and I would just say, hold on, because we're going to go fast. What is the saying you use?
All gas, no brake.
We're going to be all gas and no brake, and that's okay. So we have lots of work to do across the state, and thank you so very much for accepting the position, and thank you for your report, sir.
Thank you. I'm
Any
truly
other
excited and
comments?
humbled.
Okay, so we will move on to Director Colin Grissom, who will provide us with his report.
Good morning, Commissioners. The bulk of my report is in your notebook, but I would like to point out some highlights. Last legislative session required us to update 11 of our in-service training curricula due to statutory changes from the legislative session. Those courses are listed in your bulletin. An update on the course that you had us design and develop and mandate for this training unit, the Finding Wellness online course on my TCOLE. We've actually had 20,400 or so people enroll, with 16,000 having completed that course. Again, that course was mandated under the commissioner's will for this training unit, and we're seeing a good adoption rate of that. One thing that's not in my published report in your notebook, but it's important for the implementation of 1445, as we talked about under the Sunset Act, modified 1701 3035 on our out-of-state processes. To come into compliance for that, we needed to come up with a mechanism by which we could identify those people who come from out-of-state federal or military police that are taking that are bypassing our process. If somebody has less than 2 years of experience on a license in another state, they're not eligible for the shortcut out-of-state process, if you will. So an agency may hire them, and we would not see that they have had a license in another state. What we are doing is we're going to be modifying the C1 form, the form agencies use to request the issuance of a PID number. On that form, we're going to be asking the question, has this person held a license, peace officer, jailer, telecommunicator license, in another state? If the answer to that question is yes, the agency is going to need to provide the state. The change in the statute requires we, TCOLE, to reach out to other state peace officer standards and training organizations to get that before we issue a license. So what I would say to the regulated community, whoever is processing your C1s now needs to look at that personal history statement to see if that person has declared a license or having been licensed in the state other than Texas. And so that C1 becomes a little more complex. This is going to happen also at the academy level for those doing licensing courses. You should have from that student the personal history statement, We're gonna need people requesting PID numbers on their students or potential hires to look at that personal history statement and see if that person's declared a license in another state. That will trigger us to query the other state post for those post records, a license. If anyone in the field has any questions, they're welcome to contact my office about that process, but we'll be implementing that. Credentialing, we're still handling about the same number of new appointments, hovering around just short of 4,000. I'm proud to say, report to Commissioner Hester, that we are maintaining a 1% call abandonment rate on our primary number through credentialing. So we're working hard on answering. Would like to remind the regulated community that we have 5 people in that queue. So if you're asked to hold a few minutes while we service your neighbor, we will get on the phone as soon as we can. But we are processing calls as fast as we can do so. That's really all I have, unless there are questions from the commissioner.
Madam Chair. Director Grissom, thank you. On the update to the 11 standalone courses, some pretty heavy ones, right? CIT, racial profiling, civilian interaction, and crisis intervention. What messaging went out to everybody that all of these courses have been updated?
It will go out in the Education Services newsletter. Rachel and her team produce a monthly newsletter that go to training providers. Commissioner, I don't know if it's gone out yet, but I will make certain that it will go out to show the updates on those courses.
Because I don't think it has. It hasn't. Okay. And so I guess my ask would be, in the future, as soon as these courses are updated, like we do need to push that out in a timely manner so that people know, hey, I'm teaching this class, it's after September 1. I got to go pull down make the changes in the class, because some of these we're already doing, right? There's a constant churn for us at the academies, so.
Will do.
In regards to the L1 and L1T processing, so I like the stats of what's approved and what's rejected. I think the one other part that's missing to know how successful it is, or kind of the barometer of that particular thing, is how long is it taking us to get one done, right? So when an L1 comes in, how fast is the turnaround?
I don't have a good answer. I'll get you an answer.
Okay. So in the future reports, if you could start including that metric because that's kind of a barometer of it's one thing to see what are the numbers, because that gives you the overall workload, right? Kind of like the calls, 5,700 calls. And I asked a bunch of questions previously about abandonment rate calls, right? So only a 1% abandon rate is really good, right? I don't think there's another call queue you can get in with that people are just hanging up at 1% of the time. And I think the other one, when we talk about 1,897 emails that have been sent to the credentialing.help at TCOLE, is what is the metric on how long it takes you to get to an email? Right? Is it 3 days? Is it 5 days? Is it 2? Is it 1? Because what happens is, well, here's how I would do it. Let me say this. I send an email, and if I don't hear nothing pretty quick, because I'm thinking that's the fastest way, if my expectation is maybe somebody's going to get to me that afternoon and I don't hear nothing, then I'm immediately calling. So now I've turned in an email to a call, and then you handle the call, then you finally get to the email, so staff's doing double work, right? So if there's a way we can bridge that to where we're not wasting resources and manpower on that would be beneficial. But
yeah, I can report those response times in my future reports.
Okay.
We can certainly capture that.
Same on the out of state, on the C1 form. I think we're probably going to have some good information that goes out.
The out of state process is hard because it becomes a tennis match they send something in, it's substandard, so we ask for more documents. I mean, I can give you kind of an average processing time, is that?
I don't need a processing time on that. I think just communicating what the expectation is
Okay.
of the new changes that you have coming, right, so that it's clear. So if I'm an out-of-state person and I go to the website and I'm looking, like, it lays out clearly, this is the expectation, this is what I gotta have. You know, we do that really good on some other things, the supervisor checklist, the agency checklist. We know when we're doing stuff, we gotta have all this stuff in order for it to work. But if you can start including those, I do like how things are going as far as the metrics, and I appreciate staff's work on, you know, updating 11 courses. That's a lot of work in and of itself, to be able to do that. So, thank you for that. I don't have any other questions.
Colin, I had one question, and just refresh my memory for the supplemental peace officer course. Do we have these 11 in it? Have they been incorporated in that, or is that something an out-of-state officer, once he gets licensed, he's going to be looking for these 11 classes? I know we're getting, as a training provider, we're getting to a point where these are in the academy. Our numbers are getting lower and lower for people needing these classes.
Commissioner, some of these courses can't be added to the supplemental because they're legislatively mandated as face-to-face.
Okay.
And the supplemental has always been something that kind of the intent was it could be delivered online.
Mm-hmm.
They are inserted in those courses an out-of-state federal or military police person would have to do prior to licensure. So that body is growing. If you understand, we've had to add the 3311 alert. If they can prove they actually had the alert class out of state, which some can, we would give them credit for that. But there's a growing body of courses that out-of-state person must come to Texas and complete because they're face-to-face, and it's mandated that way. So what we can add to the supplemental, I think, has been added, but we're still slave to those face-to-face events in the process. So they're required prior to licensure, so we require them.
Mm-hmm.
But the supplemental, both when we updated the BPOC, we did implement those sections into the supplemental that were changed as the BPOC changed in the latest update.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So a couple of more questions. When we talk about the updated curriculum to BPOC and updated these classes, have we went through and updated the questions on the state exam to reflect the changes? Have we?
Most of the additions or changes to the BPOC did not change the core content that was being tested. Where it did, the few that did, penal code would be for instance. You know, when you've got a statutory change in the penal code, those are pretty easy to find and replace. So yes, I would say that the state exam has been updated to reflect the new BPOC. Is that your question?
Well, it is. I just want to. I guess my question is there a process with staff to, like, this is the SOP. We have new updates. This is the SOP, and the person that's responsible for going through all the questions in the question bank to find those and either pull them out or fix them so where they're accurate. And so we're 100% certain that has happened.
Yes, sir. We have an employee whose sole job is to keep the state licensing exams in line and verified with the licensing curricula.
Okay.
Across all of our licenses. So we have one employee assigned to that as a professional test manager.
All right, thank you. I don't have anything else.
Well, Colin, I think the 1% abandoned rate is fantastic, so please pass on our thanks to your team for keeping that number really low. I think everyone was hopefully appropriately surprised and shocked at the number of people that you do all of that with as we continue to ask the legislature for additional positions so that we can provide better service. Please know that the desire and intent from the commissioners and the TCOLE staff is to provide exceptional service. But oftentimes we've got to have an appropriate number of staff to be able to accomplish that goal. So as we continue to fight for that, I think that's noteworthy. Also, I'm continuing to get a lot of questions from police chiefs who are confused by the 40-hour limit training versus some of the new courses that are coming out, and there's still some confusion about, do I have to take wellness, for example, or the trauma-informed course? Do I not have to take that? So maybe some, as you send out information, some clarification, even though, I think we're getting the messaging out, there just still seems to be a lot of questions, I know personally I get a lot of questions of what the requirements are.
We can draft some chief administrator requirement communications and put that out more broadly. So also we do have one position open in credentialing, so we are recruiting. We did get one new license and permit specialist. We've made several runs at it, and so we're still interviewing, and we will we'd add a sixth person to that queue.
Well, I know we will be working on our Target 100 goals shortly, so we just want to help people be compliant. The desire, I think, for all licensees is to be compliant. Whatever we can do to help them would be most appreciated.
We can do that.
Okay, thank you, sir. And we will move on to the IT and Special Services report from our Chief Information Officer, Jessica Caprero.
Good morning, Commissioners. I have a few things. First of all, racial profiling reporting. That period began on January 1st and ends on March 31st, so we're right around the corner. As of last night, we had 240 agencies left to report, so that puts us at about 91% reported. That's on par with where we were last year, and just for comparison, we ended the reporting period last year with 3 agencies that failed to report, but I believe they quickly remedied that. Our strategy for getting all of the agencies into compliance has been communication. We've sent targeted mass emails to agencies that haven't reported periodically throughout this reporting period. We've identified agencies that had filed exempt in past years and worked directly, contacted all of those agencies to check if they are still in that exempt status, and if so, how can we walk you through getting your report filed? And then Captain Gary Canella has been the lead on this project for many, many years. He spends quite a bit of time on the phone with agencies, talking them through their reporting submission, and I imagine we'll be doing that, pretty swamped for the next few days. Also, our field service agents have been really critical in this reporting period. They are able to work with the agencies within their region to add an additional method of contact to them. It's one thing to get an email from our mass email system and another to get one from your field service agent as well as a follow-up call. So I do want to thank the field service agents for their work in helping us get into compliance. The final outcome for the racial profiling reporting period, I'll be able to report that to you in the April meeting. The next thing I have is we've got several vacancies on the IT team, and we've talked about the positions we've hired and the vacancies that our agency has. Some of the most difficult ones to fill have been the ones in the developer and cybersecurity and network arenas. But I do, on page 15 of your report, there is a chart of the vacancies that I currently have. There are 4 that are actually not listed on that report. 2 of them I just got approval to post just since that report was created. That's 2 additional developers that we'll be looking for. And then there's 2 IT help desk specialists that didn't make it on that because they weren't part of the positions that we were granted with this last session. They resulted from internal movement within the team. But I point those 2 out because those 2 vacancies have created really all of the vacancies, but those 2 have, if you look at page 16 of the report, you'll see that there are, our abandonment rate is listed there. And I do attribute that to those. Right now we have 2 people on that phone call queue for the help desk, and one of them is in the back of the room right now. We've got 2 overflow that help us with that team on the secure share team, and that report to the special services group. And because they are handling so much of the IT phone calls, it affects their abandonment rate too. So our abandonment rate goal is 6%, and I think the industry standard is somewhere around 6 to 8%. But we are hitting like 8% and 10%, which isn't, we're not dropping hundreds and hundreds of phone calls, but it isn't our goal. It isn't the standard that we're trying to meet. So those positions are really important to our forward-facing customer interaction. The other vacancies have cascading effects on the team as well, and some of the challenges that we're running into is, like on the help desk team, we did have a candidate in background that failed background just last week. We've made offers, and the background process from offer to start is generally 6 to 8 weeks, so that's a couple months that we lose. And on the cybersecurity side, we did make an offer, and right at the last minute, right before the start date, we lost that candidate to another state agency for a higher pay. And that's been happening similarly on the development side. We've been losing candidates to higher pay. So that's some of the struggles that we are facing. We have made some adjustments to salaries, but that we do run into salary compression within the agency. One other thing that I did want to note in the notebook, I have some stats on emails in there, and this kind of ties into credentialing stats as well. I did want to note we are moving from email to a ticketing system, which is in place, but it's so new, I don't have enough data to generate good information for you guys. But once we get that going, I do plan on expanding that into credentialing's email queue so we can get better stats like response time and time to resolve.
What's this? I'm sorry, ma'am. What's the process for that? So if I'm an end user, am I going to have to log into a system?
No. You're just going to email us like you always have.
It'll
difference.
It'll go into a queue after that.
Yeah.
So there won't have to be a manual interaction.
Correct. There's no difference for you in contacting TCOLE. It's just how we manage it on our side.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else?
Yeah.
So I'm looking at on the email support. Which email on these stats? Because we go from 14. We average, probably 1,500 emails to all of a sudden in December that we got over 8,000.
Yes.
What is the anomaly with that?
And this is one of the other reasons why a ticketing system will be so helpful in charting the type of emails that we get. That is from the help desk queue, and what happened there was we We partner with TEACS for our online training system, and we've got a setup where the courses that are completed in our online training platform are connected through an API to generate a roster into TCOLEDs. There was a recent update to that platform, and it did cause our API to fail. So our email got flooded with a bunch of failures, and that's what caused that anomaly. That inbox also got hit with some spam that we were able to successfully filter out. So.
Okay. And on the departments created graph, there's a bunch of them that are kind of green altogether.
Oh, and they all, yeah.
Yeah, so I can't tell the difference because we had a really high spike in January, right? But I can't tell which one of them. There's too many close.
I can work on the coloring.
Yeah, I was going to say I had the same note. It was just difficult to read that. So if we could just change up the color schematics, I think that would address that. For our executive director, two things. Obviously, relating to the previous comments about our desire to provide exceptional service, that takes people and that equates to money. So I know that I will shortly be appointing a budget committee as we prepare our budget and our exceptional items ask. So I'm sure that you'll be asking for additional positions and addressing the compression issues. We will also do please know that we'll also do our fair share because we recognize that the compression issues start at the top, and we'll be working on that again this year also, so that we can get the salaries up. We recognize that this is an incredibly competitive market, especially in the IT arena, with the public sector as well as the private sector here. So we've just got to get the salaries up to where we can attract people and also retain them. Second point was, as we've developed our capabilities in reporting out, I think the team is just doing a great job of identifying metrics, and we now have processes in place and the technology to pull data and analyze the data. I would say a goal for next year, well, let me back up. We come together every 2 to 3 months. We get this data and stats. I think y'all are doing a great job of doing a comparative analysis. Where have we been? Where are we going? So we can measure performance and the trends there. But if we could maybe this meeting next year have something where we just do a brief look back over the year, because sometimes it's hard to put together this 2 months with that 2 months with that 2 months. So it'd be nice to have a little bit longer period of time, where we look at, the prominent and meaningful metrics and just, do a look back for the year. That would be, I think, helpful. So give you a year to kind of think about that and develop something there. So any other thoughts or questions? Okay, we will move on to our next report. It will be on enforcement from Major TJ Vineyard.
Good morning, Commissioners. I have a couple of areas to update you on. The first is Rat Back. Our subscription rate is up to about 83% of active licensees. Courtney Rolanda, who handles most of our Rat Back, has generated several hundred reports in the last year, probably just off Rat Back hits. As our subscriptions increase, we get hits from some of the people we just subscribed to, and then obviously some of the people we've had a historical subscription to. She is promoting into more of a data analysis position, and her position is the one that we're interviewing for this week to fill that position. We're also working with Brian to hire a temporary employee for the specific purpose of just entering new subscriptions. One of the things we've been working on is subscribing to new licensees, and in the process, it's become apparent that some people are appointing and then fingerprinting after appointment, which is how we get people who are appointed who had disqualifiers. And then there are still a few agencies using hard cards. So I know I've been following up with chief administrators. I know that Colin's field service agents have sent me reports on people that they're transitioning to digital entry directly into the DPS database, which will get them information more quickly. And then I'm encouraging the chief administrators to always do that process prior to appointment so that they have reliable criminal history data when they make those appointments. You'll notice that there are not the numbers that have traditionally been in your packet. That's part of our process of moving from paper reports and spreadsheets to the Mark 43 paperless system. All of enforcement is on the records management system now. Since the last meeting, we've trained special services and field services, and they're also using that system. That is the only way they're making reports to enforcement, but they're also able to document other reports there. They are granting us access to the analytics portion of that, and I'm getting my staff trained on that, so we'll be able to pull numbers directly from Mark 43, hopefully for the next meeting. And then they're also working to give us access to the data lake so that Jessica's team can pull things directly if they wish to. We've also worked with legal to establish workflows within that system so that once we complete an investigation, we staff it with the executive director, that the case can be tracked through the same system and we can gather additional data on how long it takes and the steps in that system. And then most importantly, the final disposition of every case so that we can associate the licensee, the allegation, and the final outcome in each case. I've also met with Jessica's team. We're in the early stages of exploring using that system as well to document new training provider contracts and new agency creation. So right now that is still a largely paper process that is in a file, and we have to go back and pull those files when we need information. This would allow our investigators or anyone at the agency to see the history of an agency from the time of creation to the current, and then it would also create a digital file where we have a paper one now. So we feel like it's consistent with the way we're using that records management system for other things. It will make the data more available, and then obviously it makes it where we can track and pull statistics, whereas now we just have paper files. Are there any questions?
Okay, so we will move on to Director Brian Roth for our finance report. Oh, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to update you on our agency's financial status over the past 2 months. In your package, you'll find our normal expenditures and revenue. As we moved into the second quarter of the fiscal year, I'm pleased to report that our financial position remains strong. I'd like to quickly highlight some initiatives we've undertaken recently. And let me echo what Executive Director Stevens was speaking to. We're making great strides in our HR operations. We've been actively expanding our team to meet the new demands and responsibilities this last legislative session. In the current fiscal year, we've successfully onboarded 10 new employees with 11 additional job openings currently being pursued. We also have plans to advertise several more positions soon to further bolster our team, and this also includes temp employees, as TJ mentioned. Some insights into financial operations. Since our last meeting, we focused on the critical tasks such as submitting an annual financial report and other essential financial documentation. Additionally, we've been dedicated to refining our bidding and procurement processes. We've also helped in surplusing multiple property items, and we've initiated the use of procurement credit cards to streamline our operations. For current and future initiatives, looking ahead, our focus remains on implementing legislative changes for the fiscal year and leading projects aimed at enhancing processes, particularly in purchasing and record retention. Our upcoming projects, we talked a little bit about yesterday, include our base reconciliation report a space utilization assessment in April, followed by the development of a workforce plan and a strategic plan report in May. We're also preparing for the legislative appropriation request scheduled for July or early August. We don't have a deadline for that one yet. And with that, I'm able to answer any questions you might have.
Madam Chair, most CFOs don't like the credit cards going out.
We had a good discussion in our command staff. I feel
A threatening
confident.
discussion, I would imagine. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm with you. I was that way, yeah.
Thank you very much, Brian. I don't have anything, Madam Chair.
And last but not least, we have our government relations report from Director Gretchen Grigsby.
Good morning, Commissioners. As you can imagine, with our new executive director in place, we are working on either establishing or reestablishing those relationships with key stakeholders, and we've really hit the ground running and making sure that we are partnering with those stakeholders out there that we will continue to work with in a number of different ways. And that includes meeting with legislators that we will be working with in the upcoming legislative session. Speaking of, that is another key part of our work recently is getting ready for the next session. That includes discussion of possible requests that we'll be making for changes to statute as well as resource needs for our exceptional items. So we look forward to working with the budget and legislative subcommittees for the commission on what that will look like as we move forward. The ramp up for legislative session, as Brian just alluded, also includes the strategic plan that we will be publishing in June and the legislative appropriations requests that will be in the July-August timeframe. So all of the discussions will lead up to that. And we are continuing the implementation of items related to our sunset bill, as you can imagine and have heard and will be continuing to discuss today, as well as other legislation that includes the rules that you have before you for final adoption today. I do want to give a huge note of appreciation to our advisory committee members and the work that they have done. Without them, the implementation of our sunset bill would not be possible. And so I know several of the presiding officers and assistant presiding officers of those committees are here today, and I wanted to give a special note of thanks for them. As well as thanks to those who provided public comment from the regulated community and providing that to leadership so that they could make informed decisions. As you know, the Texas Peace Officers Memorial Ceremony will take place on April the 28th. That's a Sunday evening at 6:30 p.m. The additional names that are before you today, there are 17 current names for a total of 37 current. Just a note on that, those numbers are getting smaller over the last couple of years as the COVID deaths have been working their way through the approval system. And so, fortunately, we have not seen a corresponding increase in other types of line of duty deaths. So we look forward to honoring those fallen officers. And then 6 names additional before you today for a total of 32 historical names that are being provided by researchers out in the state to recognize those historical fallen officers. Additionally, the Law Enforcement Achievement Awards ceremony, we're planning to take place on June 21st. The panel of judges that are reviewing the nominations have until March 22nd to complete their work. We received 20 nominations from 17 law enforcement agencies in the category of valor, 10 nominations from 10 agencies in the category of professional achievement, and 6 nominations from 6 agencies in the category of public service. So thank you to those who submitted their nominations, and just a plug for anybody listening, if we know that those wonderful works are out there and we want to receive those from you, you can submit them at any time throughout the year, and we will continue to collect those for 2024 until January 15th of 2025, and then those will be recognized at next year's ceremony. So that concludes my report, unless you have any questions.
So you're saying that you will accept nominations throughout the year?
Absolutely.
So it doesn't have to be just at the call for nominations?
That's correct.
Okay. Folks, we have some incredible work going on throughout our state by heroes. By heroes. And speaking as an agency administrator, we have a duty and an obligation to recognize the outstanding work that's being done. So I would just ask, and I did learn something new today, that we can do it throughout the year, and my apologies for not knowing that fact. But please, I would ask you to take the time to recognize the work that's being done. I would like to think that these are prestigious awards in our profession. We work really hard to make Gretchen and her team work really hard to make the ceremony fit the level or the prestigiousness of the award. We've been able to have it in the House chambers the last few years. Unfortunately, they are undergoing some renovations, so we will not be able to hold it there this year, but we are looking for another appropriate place. If you haven't been, I would invite you to please take the time and make the effort to attend. It's just fantastic to see the recipients and most importantly their families, because their families are so much a part of the sacrifices and the work that they do. And then of course their peers from across the agency, as well as the agency heads, are usually there, and it's just a fantastic day. So please take the time to recognize your folks for the great work that they're doing, and we will do our part to rise to the occasion and make sure that it's a meaningful ceremony. Hopefully a very memorable ceremony. So if there's no other questions, we are going to go straight into agenda item number 6.
Madam Chair.
Oh.
We need to take a vote, and I would vote to enroll and induct the officers.
I think we're on that one.
Oh, we're not there yet. We're not on.
We're not there.
We're going to 6.
Okay.
But real quick before we move on to the next agenda for number 5, because are we still here?
Yes, we're
Okay.
still on 5.
I know that we have a lot of rules pending and a lot of things going, so it's not, from a procedure standpoint, not good for us to crack open rules and make changes. But what I would ask executive staff to do is put together probably time for some good cleanup language on rules and things that we know need to be either clarified or put together. So I would ask that everybody get together with general counsel and everybody, once everything settles from what we're doing today, so that we can have meaningful go through the rules and do some cleanup. I know we have statutory obligation to do that from time to time in statute, but I think now is probably a good time. Fresh vision and view moving forward, and so that would be my ask. I don't have anything else in regard to this agenda item.
Okay. Do we have a motion for agenda item number 5 on any of the reports?
I make a motion to accept the report.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and 2 seconds. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. So we will now move to agenda item number 6.
Good morning again, Commissioners. The names that are before you are those to be approved for induction into the Texas Peace Officers Memorial Monument. And I will begin with Investigator Mark C. Brown, Harris County Constable's Office, Precinct 5, end of watch July 25th, 2020. Correctional Officer Dudley J. Champ, Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, end of watch August 10th, 2020. Deputy Raul Roy Gomez, Wharton County Sheriff's Office, end of watch October 26th, 2020. Deputy Sheriff Dustin Kyle Speckles, Hayes County Sheriff's Office, end of watch May 30th, 2021. Detective Juan Alfonso John Delgado, Bay City Police Department, July 15th, 2021. Sergeant Joe Olivares, Texas Department of Criminal Justice, August 18th, 2021. Sergeant Kusheng Johnny Wang, South Houston Police Department, August 19th, 2021. Reserve Officer David Ruiz, Dallas Police Department, August 22nd, 2021. Lieutenant Jonathan Terrazas, El Paso Police Department, September 1st, 2021. City Marshal Michael Allen Keithley, West Police Department, September 2nd, 2021. Investigator Dusty Wainscott, Grayson County Sheriff's Office, September 8th, 2021. Correctional Officer Charles Hughes, Texas Department of Criminal Justice, September 25th, 2021. Senior Officer John Wilbanks, Houston Police Department, October 13th, 2021. Correctional Officer Kevin Dupree, Texas Department of Criminal Justice, November 2nd, 2021. Correctional Officer Jovian Motley, Texas Department of Criminal Justice, November 12th, 2023. Sergeant Stephen Gibson, Somerville County Sheriff's Office, December 13th, 2021. Correctional Officer Randolph Scott Gaddy, Texas Department of Criminal Justice, October 18th, 2023. And then there are the 6 additional historical names before you. Sheriff Granville H. Steiner, Caldwell County Sheriff's Office, February 21st, 1852. Guard George W. Noxon, Texas State Penitentiary, March 16th, 1875. Posse member James Allen Nave, Gonzales County Sheriff's Office, August 16th, 1876. Constable Henry Franklin Griffith, Lavaca County Constable's Office, Precinct 2, October 17th, 1876. Deputy Sheriff John Cave, Kinney County Sheriff's Office, May 18th, 1878. And finally, Constable W.A. Stubbs, Lavaca County Constable's Office, Precinct 1, August 4th, 1890.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask that we take a moment of silence to honor these heroes who gave their lives to the citizens of this great state. Thank you. And Gretchen, we all very much appreciate your work on this and also recognize, while this is probably one of the most important things that you do, it's also a difficult duty that you have. So thank you very, very much. We are going to take, I'm sorry. Yes, we need to, do we have a motion?
Make a motion to enroll and induct the officers into the Texas Peace Officers Memorial Monument as presented.
We have a motion and we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. And we are now going to take about a 10-minute break. Okay, we are now back in session, and we'll be moving to agenda item number 7, which is, I think, the agenda item that this and the next one that many people are interested in. So as it's been mentioned, Gretchen, you had mentioned or thanked the advisory committee members, and I think we'll be doing a lot of that over the next couple of agenda items. But for those of you that are here, and for those of you that are watching, we have a group of people that volunteered to serve in these roles on the advisory committee. We had the committee members. We also had a presiding officer over each of the advisory committees and an assistant presiding officer over each of the committees. We painstakingly made it a point to have as many perspectives and voices represented on each of the committees. So as a license holder, as a citizen, whatever constituency group that you are a part of, your voice was on the committee. In fact, it may have been represented multiple times on each of the committee. It was important to us that everyone be represented and that everyone had a voice, because we recognized how important this work was going to be. We recognized that the work that was done by these committees will potentially impact this profession and this state for years and decades to come. So these folks sprung into action with a very, very short timeline and were so dedicated and worked very, very hard to come up with these recommendations. And I'm going to ask our general counsel to talk a little bit about the process, and I've had a lot of questions about, well, I see we've got amendments, we've got rules, we've got policies. How do those, what does all of that mean? How do they relate to each other? So, John, if you could talk a little bit about that, I think that would be most helpful.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. The centerpiece of SB 1445, the TCOLE Sunset Bill, were the advisory committees, and that's what you'll be hearing, the proposed model policies and rules related to those 3 advisory committees, the Law Enforcement Agency Continuing Operations of and Creation Advisory Committee, the Medical and Psychological Examination of a License Committee, the Misconduct, Hiring Procedures, Licensing, and that licensing committee for misconduct and hiring procedures. I'll go into more in depth here in a moment what the specific charge was for each one of those advisory committees. You'll see on the screen behind us the memorandum showing and indicating the composition, both the presiding and assistant presiding officers and the individual members, along with the groups that they represent that made up the advisory committees. To kind of give a chronological refresher on where the commission, agency staff, and the regulated community and the public have been with relation to the establishment of both the advisory committees, both the personnel involved, and also the policies that you see before you, the proposed policies. It started last summer, even before SB 1445 became effective on September 1st. If you recall, Commissioners, you had a proposed rule last summer that created the procedures for the establishment advisory committees. That was done and taken care of shortly thereafter in September, as you'll see reflected in the memo to Presiding Officer Lameau. The membership was impaneled. Let me back up a second. There was postings put out applications received from applicants all over the state. There was a large pool of very qualified and good candidates. What you see here on the screen is the final result and the hand-selected members of those committees that ultimately, and again, a testament to the presiding and assistant presiding officers and the membership of each one of these committees, starting in September or shortly thereafter, they began to meet both in Austin, in video conference, and throughout the state. They had meetings going from September through January, at the very least monthly, and there was a great focus from TCOLE staff, along with the members and presiding and assistant presiding officers, to get before you the proposed policies and rules today. And what I'd like to do now is, before the presiding officers and assistant presiding officers give their presentations for their respective committees, is briefly go over the charge for each one of these advisory committees to refresh everyone's memory and to get everybody oriented as to the task in hand. I'll go first with the Misconduct Investigation and Hiring Procedures and Personnel's File Committee. Briefly, their statutory scope was to establish procedures applicable to a law enforcement agency investigating alleged misconduct by a license holder employed by the agency and hiring a license holder, and also regarding personnel files maintained with respect to a license holder. The Law Enforcement Agency Standards Committee, charged with developing minimum standards with respect to the creation or continued operation of a law enforcement agency based on the function, size, and jurisdiction of the agency. The examination of a licensee regarding psychological and medical fitness for duty was charged with developing a model policy prescribing standards and procedures for the medical and psychological examination of new licensees, existing licensees, or those who employing agency has a reason to believe that a new examination is necessary. Those were the primary statutory charges coming out of SB 1445 for the respective advisory committees, and led to both the model policies and rules that either are specifically asked for in the instance of the Law Enforcement Agency Advisory Committee, or any additional or supplemental rules related to the other committees. And today we have the presiding officers and assistant presiding officers who, along with the liaisons from the TCOLE staff, as we went through this process, will be doing presentations on each one of these model policies and or rules as we move forward today for your consideration.
John, after we get done with the reports, I'm going to ask you to come back and provide the commissioners with guidance and options on our role or our actions that need to be taken.
Certainly. Madam Chair, and just to, on the front end of that, and certainly be glad after there's been some conversation, procedurally, commissioners, for your consideration today, you'll be making decision on the three model policies that are going to be proposed by the advisory committee chairs and co-chairs, along with the corresponding rules as you see under agenda item number 8, proposed amendment number 1, 2, and 3, and new rule 1, 2, and 3. Those all relate to either the establishment of law enforcement entities or psychological or medical examinations for school marshals, which were under SB 1445, but outside of the purview of the advisory committees, because TCOLE has a direct responsibility for the licenses of school marshals. So we've supplemented what the advisory committee did with the same standards, same or similar standards for the respect to school marshals, as you see in your notebook.
Okay. And as John mentioned, this was legislatively mandated in the last session as part of the Sunset Bill. He also mentioned that each of the committees had a staff liaison. So in addition to all of your regular duties and responsibilities, you know, there was a heavy lift by our presiding officers and assistant presiding officers because they too have full-time jobs. And also all of the advisory committee members, but there was also a heavy lift and an ask made by all of you. And I very, very much appreciate you taking this on. We've met the deadline. Yes, we did have a deadline, but we have met that deadline as witnessed here today. So I want to thank all of you for your hard work also. As each of the advisory committees come up and present, as I said earlier, I am confident that all voices, all perspectives were represented. And I can also say that what you're going to hear today, the recommendations, are the recommendations that were approved. It's not just, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 members that are up here. These proposed or recommendations were blessed by the committees that they represent. So we are going to start out with our misconduct and investigations report. And I'd like to ask the presiding officer, Chief Stan Standridge from the San Marcos Police Department, and the assistant presiding officer, Assistant Chief Jessica Anderson of the Houston Police Department, to come up and provide us with your report, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Iris, do you know if their PowerPoint is accessible? I'm an overachiever, and so I provided a PowerPoint because I knew persons in the audience may not be familiar with this specific topic. There we go. Outstanding. Thank you. All right. Well, good morning. As the Chair said, my name is Stan Standridge. It's my honor to have served as the presiding officer with the Misconduct Committee and to specifically work with Chief Anderson with the Houston Police Department. I will begin by introducing our committee. I got to know these people well, and I think because they were volunteers and because they did consistently meet for months, I think they deserve recognition. And so Assistant Chief Jessica Anderson, you'll hear from her today. She's with Houston Police Department. City Manager James Devlin. Jim, if you could stand up and remain standing until everybody's been identified. Lieutenant Clifford Drake, Texas Department of Public Safety. District Attorney Carlos Garcia, 79th Judicial District Attorney's Office. Human Resources Director Christy Lewis, Public Member, City of Tomball. Robert McCabe, Public Member. James Parnell, Dallas Police Association. Captain Dennis Rice, Randall County Sheriff's Office. Chief Victor Rodriguez, McAllen Police Department. TJ Smetzer, Texas Municipal Police Association. Jennifer Samansky, Combined Law Enforcement Associations of Texas, and Chief Deputy Jason Warren, Walker County Constable's Office, Precinct 3. I sincerely thank you. These are exceptional men and women representing this profession, and however you chose the committee members, kudos to you. I think you had a great balance. You had leadership, you had labor, you had public, so I would submit to you that they were a fantastic group, and I just want to simply say thank you, and thank you for coming today to see your invested work. So, thank you. So let's discuss applicability as it relates to misconduct investigations. I think everybody needs to recognize that this is not specific just to peace officers, but instead county jailers, peace officers, and telecommunicators, because they too are licensed. Misconduct. What exactly does that mean? The statute contemplated this, because I would agree that many of us would probably have different opinions as to what misconduct is and what misconduct isn't. So the statute said that misconduct moving forward would be a violation of law, would be a violation of policy for which the agency may suspend, demote, or terminate, or, and this one caught everybody's attention, allegation of untruthfulness. Notice it doesn't just say untruthfulness, but instead there's also the perception that it's an allegation of untruthfulness. So those are the parameters for which we had to work. So this is basically what's going to be required when these policies are promulgated by every Texas law enforcement agency. Each law enforcement agency must initiate an administrative or criminal investigation, I should say and or, into alleged misconduct. It shall be done in a timely manner. The statute did not prescribe what timely manner is, so this committee is going to recommend to you that it be a prescribed time. Each law enforcement agency must report to TCOLE when charges are filed after an investigation. All of us are acutely familiar with the need to report an arrest to TCOLE, not only the employing agency, but also the arresting agency. This is a new charge. This charge now requires that if an agency investigates one of their license holders and charges are filed, that they shall notify TCOLE. There was great discussion about what does it mean when a charge is filed. Is that when it's indicted? Is that when it's prosecuted? It is our collective opinion that when a charge is filed, it's submitted to the district attorney's office for consideration of moving forward with criminal charges. It's filed with the district attorney's office. That's where we landed. Each agency must provide a summary report to TCOLE of an investigation into alleged misconduct. This is new, very new. What's the concept of a summary report? What isn't a summary report? We'll get into that into detail. We shall also submit to TCOLE each report of a complete investigation. And here's why it took months of meetings. This specific provision. Submit to TCOLE each report of a complete investigation. So I work, and I've only worked in civil service organization. I know the definition between an A file and a G file. And I know, based upon my training and experience, that the G file is the department's file, nobody else's file, and consequently it's confidential as prescribed by law. This was somewhat of a game changer because now we're taking what has historically been the department's file, and we're also sharing it with TCOLE. So then the question became, and there was considerable discussion, once TCOLE receives all of these new records that they're now going to have, are they too confidential and protected like the G file? Lots of conversation with general counsel about that. And then the next, if the license holder leaves their current agency and they go on to the next agency, the law contemplates that the law enforcement agency must request this information for pre-employment purposes. So this gets to the inherent intent of what were they trying to accomplish through Senate Bill 1445. And I would say in a nutshell, it's as simple as this. We shall investigate serious misconduct. We shall ensure that our licensing commission, TCOLE, receives those investigations. And we shall, if that license holder goes to a different agency, investigate all of those investigations to make a good employment decision at this next agency. I think everybody could get behind that. It's good form. However, if we were all doing that, we probably wouldn't have had this change in law. So here we are. All right, so where to start? What is an allegation of misconduct? I'm going to give you a specific complaint in my former life, meaning my former agency. Officer is working secondary employment in our uniform, driving our car. They notify the secondary employment coordinator. We believe the officer left the campus. Don't know why, but we're complaining about that behavior because it's not reflective of what we're paying for. Okay, is that misconduct? We spent a considerable amount of time asking ourselves, if we are about to start doing investigations on all of these allegations of misconduct and sharing those to TCOLE, and they may or may not be confidential, then we probably need to land the plane definitively on what exactly is misconduct. So, misconduct is a written complaint signed by a complainant. That's where we ended. Jennifer Smansky, thank you for that. I'll give credit to her. That's where we ended. We didn't start there, but that's where we ended, because we recognize that if every complaint received against a license holder is misconduct and has to go through this entire rigorous process, we're going to be overwhelmed with workload. So we started from the concept that not every complaint is equal in merit. And I would submit to you the example I gave is not nearly as significant of a complaint as, let's say, excessive use of force. So once we had those discussions, we agreed that for this specific model policy to be triggered, it needs to be serious misconduct, and serious misconduct and allegation thereof would be a written complaint signed by the complainant. We should all recognize that because it's already existing language out of Government Code 614-021 and 022. So we're going to use a different provision of the law to ultimately provide structure for this policy. With that said, what is misconduct? Well, the law contemplated this through Senate Bill 1445. Violations of federal or state or local laws. The local laws literally says that. And so when agencies ultimately adopt this policy, they're going to have to, they can probably easily settle on federal and state, but they're going to have some internal discussions about local laws, local ordinances. What does that look like for our agency? Then we gave examples. Why? It was our belief that you have new chiefs, new sheriffs, new elected constables, some who have zero experience in this, all the way to seasoned veterans and chiefs of very large agencies. So if you think about the spectrum of knowledge on investigations, we felt like we had to provide some level of specificity in this model policy so that it would be somewhat prescriptive. So we gave examples: excessive use of force, untruthfulness, unlawful search, unlawful arrest. You can see all of those there. Then we took it a step further as it relates to untruthfulness. It shall include false, untrue, or misleading statements either by overt means or by omission. But it does not include minor rules violation. So we want to be really candid. We don't believe that every agency in the state of Texas needs to take minor rules violations and put this template over those, because it would be an overwhelming amount of work. Because let's say it's a rudeness allegation, something like that. We need to focus on what was the intent of the law: serious misconduct. You shall investigate it. You shall report it to TCOLE. And if they leave, you shall do a background investigation and make sure you get that. That was, we always went back to what's the baseline. So we talked briefly about the summary report. This is new and it needs to be developed. And thankful to your general counsel, he said, hey, TCOLE staff will take this on. The vision was probably a pretty simple summary report, perhaps a fill in the blank with some drop-down boxes. Per the statute, the summary report shall contain 3 provisions. It shall provide a description of each allegation, investigative findings of each allegation. Because typically, I know from our process, let's say I'm going to investigate the employee for 3 allegations of misconduct. So I have 3 policy violations, then I should have 3 investigative findings, and then I should have a final disposition. What did I ultimately do? Did I temporarily suspend? Did I demote? Did I indefinitely suspend? aka terminate, or did I take no action? Did I reprimand? That's what we're looking for the final disposition. The summary report is a new requirement contemplated by this law. The TCOLE said, hey, we're going to try to make it user-friendly, so they're going to develop the form. To my knowledge, it hasn't been developed yet. And so the agencies, when they finish these for serious misconduct, we've already identified what misconduct is, they would do that summary report, and then they would provide it to TCOLE within a certain amount of time. I'll explain that time period coming up. So, we shall investigate. We started with this conversation. It's not uncommon for I'm just going to stick with a peace officer in this example. A peace officer is employed by agency A. Another entity comes and says, hey, this officer is under investigation for X, Y, and Z. All right, the officer eventually is notified that he or she's under investigation. What do they typically do? They're going to resign from that agency and go elsewhere. All right, the agency that employs them at the time that they're notified that this officer is under investigation, they do not complete that investigation. Why? They're no longer my problem. They're somebody else's problem. I'm not going to spend my staff time. Now, granted, I don't do this, nor do I recommend you do this. But they're thinking, hey, they're no longer my problem. They're on down the road. I'm just going to kick that problem elsewhere. If such and such person decides to hire them, that's on them. It's no longer on me. And I'm just going to say on behalf of my chosen profession that I care deeply about, that's inexcusable. This law contemplates that. This law says, not anymore. You shall investigate. Even if they leave during the pendency of the investigation, you still shall investigate for the serious misconduct. Now, we've heard a lot of arguments. Well, how do I investigate the allegations if the person's no longer my employee? Just like we do all the time when the persons are not necessarily cooperative. We do as much as we possibly can so we can ultimately decide, is it sustained, is it not sustained, and then what was the final disposition? In this case, they resigned during the pendency of the investigation. So, shall investigate. At the time the agency becomes aware of the issue. That's actually how the law is phrased. The law, remember, says that the investigation should be done in a timely manner. It didn't prescribe what that was. We talked about this extensively. We felt like 180 days was a good time frame. It's pretty lenient, but some investigations, perhaps very serious investigations, maybe officer-involved shootings as an example, those can take a long time because you're waiting on toxicology reports, etc. So you're at the mercy of the labs, so it may take much longer. So we land on 180 days, absent other applicable laws or any type of collective bargaining or meet and confer agreement. You shall report to TCOLE within 30 days of completion if criminal charges are filed. Already hit on that one. You shall provide TCOLE the summary report within 30 days after the date of the license holder's separation from the agency. All right, so the law says that if the peace officer separates, you finished your investigation, or even if you haven't finished the investigation and they separate, you now are on a clock. You have 30 days. When that employee is out the door, you have 30 days to report to TCOLE that summary report. If the issue is under appeal, you notify TCOLE it's under appeal. Upon receiving the disposition of the appeal, you notify TCOLE of the disposition of the appeal. So, let's just say a complaint comes in. The officer becomes aware of the complaint because it's going to be a signed written complaint. We typically give the officer a copy of that complaint. That begins the clock. I have 180 days unless I have a superseding agreement. The peace officer decides to leave. I don't have 180 days now. That 180 days only remains in place if they're still currently employed. If they ultimately decide to leave, I'm now constrained by the law. I have 30 days to get that done and submit that summary report to TCOLE. All right. Questions on misconduct? Outstanding. I know I didn't do that good of a job. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Anderson, and she's going to present the second component of our committee work.
I do not have a PowerPoint presentation, but I guess we can leave questions up there because we might have some. As Chief Standridge mentioned, and Mr. Beecham did, we had 3 charges that we had to develop model policies on. Misconduct allegations was the big one, but it all dovetails as well into personnel files and hiring procedures. Those are the other 2 that we dealt with. I'll move to personnel files. Chief Standridge mentioned some of the issues that we had or conversations that we had regarding confidential files and non-confidential files as it relates to civil service organizations and others. Luckily, the personnel files policy was not as difficult or as challenging because we have a pretty good framework in the existing statutes. It was just a question of kind of synthesizing those statutes along with model policies or existing policies that we saw from other departments. So we really used Local Government Code 143.089 as our guide for how we drafted the personnel files policy. Those civil service agencies are familiar with these. Our labor unions are also familiar, so that was a very good guide for us. I'm not going to tick through all of or each line of this, but again, just to highlight that we had to define personnel file as well as department file, noting that there's a difference between what we want to provide to the public and what administrative things are important for a department, for example, but may not necessarily be something that we want to release. Things like workers' comp or FMLA or supervisory intervention type things. That's all in the department file. And just to back up, I want to highlight too that a lot of agencies have all this stuff already, but many might not, and so we want to be able to provide a document that allows agencies to see what the expectation is from the public and give guidance for what is expected, with the understanding that we have lots of different agencies of varying size, jurisdiction, demographics, and so we tried to make something that was broad enough to cover all of those while also providing enough guidance. That's really the highlights on the model policy for personnel files. And then moving to the hiring procedures. Again, this was another one where we had some guidance from existing statutes and rules. Really, we took this from Occupations Code 1701.451 and the existing TCOLE rules that exist for hiring and what we should be looking at in doing background checks. This again was a synthesis of all of those different things in a model policy to kind of have a very clear guideline of what a background investigator in an agency should be looking for when they are hiring a prospective employee. Again, a lot of this information existed already, but not in one source. And so this document is intended to be a very clear guideline of what to look for, how to look for it, where to get it, what happens if you don't get it, and that sort of thing. So Chief Standridge had the heavy load with the misconduct allegations. Those are the 2 other policies that we did. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Madam Chair. Chief, when y'all were discussing the personnel file contents, when it talks about if a negative letter, memorandum, document, or other notation of negative impact is included, like where does that decision on determining what is negative that goes in? Like what was y'all's discussion along that? Like who determines, like if somebody's putting something in my personnel file, I may think it's negative, but from my bosses may not necessarily think that's negative, right? So there's a where do we draw the line, if you will, on that, and how do we, from a practical application, make sure that we're good?
Yeah, that's a valid question, and actually not one that we discussed in too much detail. That came directly out of 143, that definition there, and so my assumption is that agencies are dealing with that currently, and my guess is that in most cases it's pretty clear if it's negative or not. My personal opinion is that if there's a question, assume that it is, and so that way the employee is afforded the opportunity to provide a rebuttal. But my sense is that in most cases, it's either good news or bad news.
Because not everyone's under the 143 umbrella, right? So that's the, for some agencies, this is going to be a little bit new, but for those of you that have been operating under 143, it's pretty clear in that. So I just kind of wanted to highlight that distinction there. So, but the only other thing I have is both for you and Chief Standridge and the members of your committee that are here. Thank you so much for the work. I know you guys put in a tremendous amount, but I really, really appreciate all the work that everybody did. Thank you. I don't have anything else, Madam Chair.
If I could just make one other point. You make a really good distinction that not everybody is familiar with all the different things that we've done here. And so I think it has been the committee's perception that this should be and can be a living document. What we wrote makes perfect sense on paper, but in practical application with the varying agencies and whatever, it might not always work the way we intended. So our hope is that this is something that we continue to revisit and change and flesh out as needed when there are issues like the one that you just raised. Again, thank you.
If I can follow up, Commissioner, having CLEAT and TMPA as partners on this committee, I thought played a very valuable role, because if we only approach this from a management perspective, we're desensitized to the employee perspective as it relates to what goes into his or her file. So as our profession, we have got to stop evaluation by ambush. And that means at the annual evaluation, I open your file, and for the first time, you're seeing what's the contents therein. That is, to me, that is poor leadership. It's just, and so this bill contemplates that by providing the employee disclosure, rightful disclosure. Our bigger hang-up was, as it was written, is it was going to require that we send everything, a copy of everything, through certified mail. I was like, oh, that's going to be incredibly costly and problematic for agencies. And so the best practice contemplates that in-person delivery, email delivery with receipt, or confidential mail provides service. So we had more conversation related to that, but I would submit to you the merit behind notifying the employees what goes in their files is probably good law. It's good leadership.
I think just to echo Commissioner Hester, the work that you all did was incredible. Thank you so much for your time, your service. Obviously, there's no compensation for these kinds of things, and it takes away from your everyday duties. But the ability for you all to come from across the state representing so many different interests, but all with the same goal, was so important. And for you all to be able to be there and hash it out meeting after meeting after meeting, where you have time to step away, think about some other perspective that came up and say, oh, this does work, or you know what, I was really adamant about my position, but now that I've slept on it, it doesn't really make sense in practice. Again, just the work you all did was great. The work product is amazing. The other thing I really love is how concise it is. I think that's so important. It uses plain language, not, legalese that's hard to parse and really, try to figure out what people are saying. So thank you again for your work. It's so appreciated. It's something that, that was not for us to do up here, but for us to approve, and I just thank you all again.
And for our executive director, I think Chief Anderson brought up an incredibly valid point in that we are looking at these rules, we are looking at these policies, and while there has been an incredible effort and a very good faith effort to come up with a product that fits every type of law enforcement agency throughout a very large geographic state, and has to fit all the various sizes from 1 to 5,000 plus. Gosh, what a daunting task, that we've asked of these folks. So while there's every intention that, and every expectation that they will work well, I think it is very important to know that we do need to keep some type of record and documentation of situations where maybe it doesn't work so well, or where we might need to go back and do some tweaking. And I think to her point too, that this needs to be a living document, because what is written, there's a reason why we're legislatively mandated to do this. There were lots of reasons why we're here talking about this today, and what might have been relevant and accepted 10 years ago probably wouldn't be today. And it's going to be the same situation, I think, for this, as things will change and times will evolve, and community expectations and professional expectations will evolve. So I think it's such an important part that this be or point that was made, that this needs to be a living document. So something for you all to keep in mind as we move forward.
If I may, yes, ma'am, and exactly. I think one of the
maybe
most important things is that we want to, as this goes out, well, one, let me say first, is that it requires that agencies adopt this model policy or one substantially like it. So the agencies do have some latitude to tweak it on their own a little bit, as long as it maintains certainly the spirit and it's again very similar and meets the goals of it. But also, my main point is what we do intend to do is listen to our agency heads, listen to all of our stakeholders, the associations, and if there's issues and problems that don't seem to be working, then we'll come back around and see what changes do need to be made.
And hopefully that gives everyone here some comfort that this will not be an absolute forever going forward, that as we employ these across the state, that we will be mindful that we may need to make some tweaks or some adjustments. So.
And Madam Chair, to supplement what Chief Stevens just said, and as a reminder to the commissioners and everyone in attendance and watching today, that these model policies are the first reading along with the proposed rules today in agenda item number 8. That means today, if you approve these to move forward for public comment, for publishing further in the Texas Register, where there'll be a period to receive public comment, to further adjust any of the content in these model policies, and certainly, as has been discussed, this is a living document and it's meant to be that way. That would be the first step and the first opportunity to make any changes based upon any input would be at your next meeting, where it would be up, the model policies and the corresponding rules would be up for finalization. So just to reemphasize that this is the first reading of both the proposed model policies and the accompanying rules today. There will be a period for public comment and up for potential final adoption at the next commission meeting.
I just want to mention one point, because you made a good point, Executive Director, about any agency that may choose not to adopt this model policy, but something substantially similar, that especially in the personnel files, the importance of the security and confidentiality of those records is met with this same equal standard that 143 states statutorily. I think that's something to not gloss over, the importance of those records and the confidentiality of them.
Yes, sir. As we discussed some yesterday, IT is taking that on as one of their largest challenges. It is a big lift, and we want to make sure we get it right. And it will take some time to make sure that one of the biggest positions is hiring that cybersecurity officer. So aside from policies, procedures to make sure that it's not a human thing that lets confidential information get out, we want to make sure that our systems are impenetrable as best as can be. But also we want to ensure that if no different than the agencies right now, when they get open records requests for records, they certainly a civil service agency, they handle those very well. It's something they're very used to as to what level of access there is for the G file versus the A file. We'll make sure that all of our folks are very well educated on that. We'll work with John and his staff, with the general counsel, so that we're prepared for that to answer those open records requests with no issues whatsoever on that. Two pieces to it. Yes, sir.
And something I'd like to point out, discussions over these policies goes back to our enforcement division and the ability for access to this information for enforcement. What is the look into enforcement going to be accessing these files, being it's a confidential database? When will they have access and why?
I think the only thing that's mentioned in statute is what currently exists. So right now, the files that are coming to TCOLE are duplicates of the agency files, essentially. The rule creates a requirement for them to create a personnel file at the agency level, and I think that's what you're referring to, is to make sure that they all understand it's confidential.
Right.
That the agencies that didn't have 143 protection now will create similar files that will have similar protections.
Correct.
So there'll be somewhat continuity across the state in how files are gathered and maintained. Then copies of those files in some instances will start being sent and stored at TCOLE. And our access and enforcement would be no different than what they are now. In certain current investigations, we come, for example, and ask for a copy of the personal history statement. Now we might be able to access that in our own database instead of getting it directly from the agency. But in all cases, that's a record that we already have access to and use in certain investigations. So it wouldn't be a change other than where we're accessing the file, not what we're accessing.
I think the change is going to be, how would us as an agency know that you're accessing that information? Because when you come investigate us, we know we can be prepared and understand, but at what point do we get notified that you're accessing it in the database?
Right, and I think that would be during the course of the investigation when those documents are discussed. Right now, those documents are technically TCOLE documents anyway. We moved away from keeping all the paper documents in Austin just because of how cumbersome it became and frankly what our building could sustain. So the agency started retaining those paper files, but that's why we do audits, to make sure that the files are being kept in accordance with the law and the rule. So now this will digitize some of those records and make it easier for us to access them, but it won't change what we're doing.
Okay.
There is a process where people are notified of the investigation at certain points, and certainly those documents would be discussed at that point.
Thank you.
I do want to add one thing that I think goes along with what Commissioner Hester said and some of the discussions we've had. I think it's really important in our communication and education on these particular sections to keep in mind the overall goal of what I think all this was meant to do, right? Is to clearly document key events in an officer's career and then to allow future chief administrators to make informed hiring decisions. That's why we're doing away with the F5 designations. That's what 1701-451 contemplated, and this is another improvement in that process. And so I think when I get questions like you asked, well, do I need to let them respond to this or not? The goal is to make sure that the next chief administrator has as much information as possible. What's the harm in letting them write a rebuttal and include it in their file? I think, again, having TNPA and CLEAT involved in those discussions, and that's new to a lot of agencies that haven't had civil service protection, but it's our job to make sure that the chief administrators understand there's no harm in letting the officer put that documentation in there. And in fact, 5 years from now, when you don't remember the story, it will make the next chief administrator that much more informed in making a hiring decision. So those are the things that we need to communicate effectively as these rules roll out to make sure that they understand that's what the intent of this was. so that they can define those specific situations themselves.
No, if there are no other questions, I think that's for this one in particular. John, I know that we do need to look at the date for which these policies must be adopted by the agencies, and I don't know if we want to do that all at once or do them by individual.
Thank you, Chief. Certainly, Commissioners, Madam Chair, Commissioners, one consideration for you today for your model policies is when you want to have the agencies for which these apply to adopt these model policies, no later than adopt the model policy, whether it's, using this hypothetically just speaking, whether it's June 2024, September 2024, October 2028, whatever the case is, when the commissioners, and I'm sure certainly executive staff and staff has some input as to their thoughts on what reasonable and or options there may be for you to consider. Now, while we're thinking about the substance, i.e. what date to make these applicable to all agencies in the state, you have a couple options how you want to get there. One, you can embed it in the policy itself, but I think listening to the conversation earlier that the commissioners wish to keep these policies evergreen. Certainly you have the ability, executive staff has the ability to enact these after these go through public comment. They come back approved. There can be discussions along what was discussions regarding what type of information can be submitted, what should be submitted to TCOLE in the meantime while working parallel with IT infrastructure development. That certainly the agency can, by policy with guidance from the commissioners, adopt a date for which these model policies should be adopted no later by the agencies, along with any corresponding, as you read SB 1445, the submission of the agency of the model policy to TCOLE. So if regard to the model policies, you can put them in the model policies, whatever date, whatever discussion we have as to what that adoption date should be by the applicable agencies, or we can have further discussion and staff with guidance from the commissioners can come back, whether that's after public comment or during or whatever the case is, and also issue that adopted by date.
Discussion?
Madam Chair, given everything in the time frame of all this is, I think while these are out for public comment and everything else, I think when we move forward with final adoption, I think it would be good to have that input of this is what we think it's going to take to implement. This is the time frame from staff, right, from y'all's perspective. So that way we're not putting an unrealistic, we adopt this, I say, hey, we need to do this by September 1, and Jessica looks at me and says, there's no way, I don't have the ability to do that just yet. And then so, and also in all fairness to giving all the agencies that don't understand or have not had some of the protections and procedures time to think about what is that going to look like for me and my agency as I move forward in looking at that. So that's just my opinion. I think would be a good timing for that. I don't know if any of my other commissioners have input on that.
Well, I agree with that. And when John was talking about having the separate dates for each policy, because they're pretty related, I think having the same date for all of them because of their relationship to each other would be good.
It also may be something that while they're out for public comment, we can ask for input for implementation. What the agencies, by what dates they think that they could implement these. Again, you have a lot of agencies that aren't familiar with civil service, which a lot of these are very related to that. And I think for the average civil service agencies, these aren't a heavy lift. They're doing this already for the most part, at least some of them. Where for other agencies, they need some time to look at it, study it, figure out what this looks like, digest it, and so some input from the agencies themselves would be helpful on how long they think that would take to set some of these systems up.
I tend to agree with that. I think that gives us flexibility on kind of internal discussions and kind of stakeholder discussions from the outside, with different size agencies and different things like that. So I think it's probably best to wait rather than a hard and fast one, kind of more immediate.
Okay, well, we will move on to our next presentation. And this will be from the Advisory Committee on Law Enforcement Agency Standards. The presiding officer was Roy Boyd, and the assistant presiding officer is Jaime Ayala.
Chief Ayala doesn't want to come up here because he's a little bit bashful, but he is a good man and was much help during this process. But he does not wish to get any attention, that's for sure. So, members of the committee, first off, I'd like to thank our committee members who traveled across the state to ensure that the agencies around the state of Texas had the opportunity to provide input and give us feedback as we went through. Many of the members traveled all the way from the valley to Amarillo to hold meetings in the field in order to ensure that everybody had a say in the process that we were partaking in. I'd also like to thank the TCOLE staff for their professionalism, their hospitality, and their dedication to the successful completion of this process, because without them, there is no way that this could have been done, and we greatly appreciate all the help that they provided through this entire process. It has been a pleasure to work with the members of the committee and the TCOLE staff throughout this process in order to meet the mandates of Senate Bill 1445. As was discussed earlier and that you saw, we have our scope of statutory authority responsibility was the developing of minimum standards with respect to creation and continued operation of a law enforcement agency based on function, size, and jurisdiction of the agency. I will start off in the definitions, which you have right up there, and you can see on there are some definitions that we did change. The first one to clarify was firearms. There was much discussion on this one because apparently under the ATF rules, your devices such as tasers and such are classified as a firearm, but under state regulation they are not, and so that's why you see that caveat in there. We had next one there is less lethal. One of the points with regards to less lethal was that when it came to the issuing of less lethal, we did not want a firearm to be altered or utilized as the only less lethal force option that officers had available to them. That or other weapons whose expected or reasonably foreseen use would result in life-threatening injuries. As I go through here, if you have any questions, just stop me and go ahead and ask me. The next one, patrol vehicle, you see there, a vehicle equipped with emergency lights. And as we get into the statutory considerations, you'll see why we did some of these. Next one, sustainable funding sources. This one is kind of near and dear to my heart because I've actually sat on some committees looking at the formation of police departments. And one of the things we looked at was the funding of agencies and how the governmental bodies were going to be able to sustain those law enforcement agencies they wish to form, because unfortunately in many smaller jurisdictions there's a misconception that we'll just put those guys out on the streets and we'll tell them to write a bunch of tickets and they'll pay for themselves. And as a few towns in the state of Texas have found out the hard way, if you do that, the comptroller will come up and take all your state sales tax when you get to a certain point. I believe the statute for a municipality under 5,000 is 30% of the budget, if I remember right from the current Texas law. And so that was a great consideration for us, was ensuring that they understood the funding mechanisms and what they could and could not do as they move forward with developing a law enforcement agency. The last one you have there on your list is uniform, which is addressed that makes an officer immediately identifiable as a peace officer, to include a visible badge. Acceptable uniform dress must be defined in agency policy and consistent with its application and use across the agency. If there's no questions on the definitions, we'll go ahead and move on to the next section, which are statutory considerations. When it comes to these, I'll kind of go through them briefly. Like I said, if you have anything, just stop and let me know.
I've got
ahead.
one question on the definitions. And this is just kind of me thinking out loud about the definition of firearm. And I get the idea behind clarifying that the CEDs are not firearms. But was there any consideration to, if we include this, maybe there's other things that maybe aren't firearms, but they're not explicitly spelled out or accepted in here, and so there's kind of a negative implication to it as well, that things that wouldn't otherwise be firearms, well, we didn't list them exactly here, and so does that make sense?
Yeah, I think the primary concern was that, you know, we wanted to clarify that difference between the ATF rule and the state with regards to that, because there are a lot of agencies issuing tasers, and we did not wish, or other, you know, deployment devices, and we did not wish for those to be considered firearms. Because of the TCOLE rule, there's a conflict there in the federal regulation of the state, and that's really what it was. But we didn't want to get too deep into the weeds, because we could wind up with a very extensive list at some point in time.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
No problem. Anybody else? If not, all right. I'll just kind of point out the highlights of, you know, some of the key parts that we were looking at, and as we go through, if there's something that I missed that catches your interest, please let me know. The first one, of course, was under number 1, statutory consideration number 1. The previous language was too ambiguous. We believe that TCOLE would be able to do better with the definition of provides public benefit to the community, because providing public benefit is something that can be articulated and can either be defended, or it can be eliminated based off of what you're looking to do with the law enforcement agency. As stated above, previously, I've actually sat in on some meetings with municipalities where the goal was either that they didn't like the sheriff, or they wanted the revenue from tickets, and they did not have any form of benefit for the public that they serve, and so we believe that this would help out a little bit. The next one, like we talked about before, sustainable funding under number 2, and that was something, like I said, that you see the statutory language that you'll find that we've put in there later on that gives you the actual statute to prevent agencies from trying to utilize funds illegally in order to move forward with the funding of a law enforcement agency. Under number 3, you know, we already discussed less lethal. We did add at least 1 firearm per officer on duty, provided either by the officer or the agency. There was much discussion there because initially it did not have provided by the officer or the agency, but we're fully aware of the fact that some agencies do not provide on-duty firearms. We've already covered B under less lethal. That you have at least 1, and we went through the definition on that. The next one was communications. It may be hard to grasp, but believe it or not, there are some agencies that do not always possess the number of communication devices they need in order to keep everybody on the street safe. One of the things I expressed to TCOLE was when I took office in 2021, I actually had to go to the neighboring agency and borrow Motorola radios because I did not have enough radios. They had all left the agency somehow, and I did not have enough radios to put everybody out on the street at the same time. So moving down to letter D, this one is another one that's kind of near and dear to me, which is at least 1 bulletproof vest per officer that's on duty. I know that prior to me taking office, at one point in time, the only bulletproof vests that deputies in my county wore were the ones that my wife and I personally donated to them. So not all agencies have been providing that. And so this was something that we were we were sure that we wanted to have in here. You go down to E, and that's where we come into at least one uniform per officer whose duties include the following. And we went down and very specifically looked at what they were doing: performing patrol, courtroom security, traffic enforcement, responding to calls for service, and assigned to a controlled access point, acting as a visual deterrent to crime, warrant execution, and service of civil process. We felt that the need for an actual uniform was imperative in these tasks, and wanted to ensure that this was something that was going to be a requirement. One of the other ones that we did discuss that came up is under G, with patrol vehicles owned, insured, and equipped by the agency and provided to officers whose duties include the following: performing patrol, traffic enforcement, and responding to calls for service. We are aware of the fact that there are some jurisdictions that have a program by which they give a stipend to their deputies, and they buy the vehicles and they use those vehicles. And I know TCOLE was going through and looking at that and how that might impact the future. This is predominantly going to be for the starting up of new law enforcement agencies, as those who are already under a different practice will have to be grandfathered in at this point in time. The next one under 4A is our evidence room. Unfortunately, what we have found through a lot of our discussions, there's a lot of places that did not have adequate facilities to store evidence in a secure manner, which would prevent evidence from being tainted or not being able to be used in courtroom testimony. And so this was one that we wanted to ensure that we had in there without putting too many restrictions that would be detrimental to the ISD police departments, who have to utilize facilities that are not solely used for law enforcement purposes. And then when you go down to C under 4, written notices posted and visible 24 hours a day, explaining how to receive immediate assistance, because not all law enforcement agencies are open 24 hours. Felt it was important that they have something posted that provides people with the ability to make a phone call and receive service no matter what time of day or night it is. 2 under there is to make a non-emergency report, and the last one there is to compliment or make a complaint. You know, under number 5, we have a list of policies that some of them were existing and some of them were added as a result of the other committee efforts that were going on. And, you know, I heard a little bit of y'all's discussion there. You're talking about, you know, some of these agencies don't have these policies. There are probably some agencies that have no policies other than what you've mandated in the past, unfortunately. And I'll give you a good example. When I came to the sheriff's office where I'm at now, I don't know, refresh my memory, was it about 1995 that the legislature required that we hand out crime victim booklets to family violence victims? Somewhere around 1995. Sheriff's office I'm at now, until I got there, they'd never heard of a crime victims booklet, let alone had ever handed one out. And that statute had been in place since, I believe it was 95, if my memory serves me right. And so I think that some of these, you know, you actually following up on these is going to be a very good thing for these agencies to ensure that they are keeping up with the legislative mandates that we have. Under number 6, a lot of what you see there is the need for TCOLE to acquire data for statistical analysis, because there's no way for TCOLE to make educated decisions about the effectiveness of what we are doing and the needs of not only TCOLE but law enforcement without the ability to collect that statistical information. And so that was our primary discussion around number 6. And then the one that we added in here was liability insurance for the agency and its vehicles, because apparently there has been some issues with agencies that had vehicles that did not have insurance on them, believe it or not, which is somewhat shocking, but not that hard to believe. And then defined process by which the agency will receive by mail, online, and by phone documented complaints and complaints on employees, which goes into your other committee hearings. The next thing you go down is under lowercase b, an entity authorized by law enforcement to establish an agency appointed must first complete training offered and required by the commission. That was one of the things that we brought up, was the need for city councils and school districts to have some form of at least online training to educate them on these requirements and ensure that they understand them, so that when they go to stand these agencies up, they will actually work towards gaining compliance with the TCOLE regulations ahead of time, instead of TCOLE having to come back behind them and educate them and bring them into compliance. And so that is one of the things that we wanted to ensure that was there. And I know TCOLE said that they would be able to set up some sort of online training, and that could be as simple as a video or a PowerPoint that these governing bodies will have to go on, view, and then affirm that they have taken that training. Lastly is, and probably the most controversial with regards to all of us, is the all law enforcement agencies under F. All law enforcement agencies must complete and submit an annual report documenting their continued compliance with the requirements of this rule. An agency that does not complete a report by March 1st of any year will be placed in an inactive status until the report is completed. An agency that is inactive for 5 continuous years may only resume operation after reapplying as a new agency. And while none of us like the thought of another report, I will tell you that looking at this legislative mandate, we saw absolutely no way to ensure compliance unless that was part of it. So we had much discussion about not only the need for that, whether we wanted to recommend that, but also the timing of it. And so as we moved forward, we finally came to the conclusion that having it in the same deadline as our racial data profiling would make it something that would be at the forefront of our minds to ensure that that was done. And so we saw no other way to ensure the compliance, because as we all know, under statutory requirements, we're only required to be audited once every 5 years. And so if we wait until we receive our audit every 5 years or so, then by then it's too late. We may have been out of compliance for so long that it's going to cost TCOLE a whole lot of other back work to get it done. So TCOLE is able to put together basically a checkoff list for the compliance, and each agency head will have to check that off and ensure that they've signed for the fact that they are in compliance with these rules. And that way we at least have some sort of trail for TCOLE to have and ensure. And if somebody fails to do that and send that in, that's a red flag that TCOLE knows that we probably ought to look at that agency as not being in compliance for some of these regulations. So there's also, and I don't know if you have it there, but there's also a chart that TCOLE has come up with that is actually a guide that will help law enforcement go through this. You can see it up there on the screen now. And so we really appreciate the efforts of the staff at TCOLE to put this together. They went through a couple of variations of this because most law enforcement were visual people, and we need it very simple because we're point A to point B, linear in many aspects. And so they did, I believe, an outstanding job of putting this together as somewhat of a field guide to help everybody and ensure that they are in compliance and what they have to be in compliance with and what they don't. And so with that, I'll turn it over if you have any questions for me. If not, thank you.
So I have a question.
Go ahead.
First off, commend you guys on, again, monumental task and for the dedication and work y'all put into this, so thank y'all. I did have one comment or one thought, and on the continuation in a new agency, you know, y'all spend a lot of time and effort on what is needed for a new agency to be established. Do y'all think there ought to be policy, or did y'all discuss about the necessity of agencies and departments, both new and current, to also have policies in place on how to handle either defective equipment or expired equipment to ensure that their officers aren't set up for failure on the street?
No, we had a little bit of discussion about that, but the problem is, number one, we get way off in the weeds with that, and number two, how are we going to maintain compliance with that? You know, the one place that we do have that is with regards to the expiration of ballistic vests. But outside of that, we were unable to come to a successful resolution on how that would function, because that was a little bit of discussion in one of the committee meetings, but we never were able to come up with a way by which we could actually check up on that and enforce it.
I think we just saw one large agency had a massive amount of officers kind of getting some issues with expired rounds that could have been completely prohibited, had catastrophic injuries to the community as well as to the officers involved in that. I think it'd be very important to look at some type of policy, or maybe this is for deeper discussion, because I don't think any administrator wants to set their officers up for failure. But at the same time, we need to make sure we're doing our due diligence to make sure that the equipment we're providing to them is not defective, especially when they're being utilized in certain scenarios, situations where they have to deploy less lethal devices, to make sure that those devices are current, up to date, and not old, really old.
No, I agree. You make a very valid point, and that's something for TCOLE to consider as they move forward.
Awesome. Do you all have the same intent that this should also be a living document, so as things may come alive that need to be addressed, do you also foresee this being?
Yes, to an extent. I believe that it should be something that can be morphed, but I think that the commission needs to be very careful how they do that, so that, like I said, the unfunded mandates are a burden for local law enforcement. I understand that, you know, there's a need for adaptability, and we do that every 2 years, you know, as we move forward through the legislature. But, you know, I came from initially an agency of 160, moved to an agency of 235, and when I became sheriff, I took over an agency at 33. And so that burden becomes even more when you're a small agency. And it's one thing that I learned through TCOLE, because these guys, these ladies and gentlemen, they track data. They've got everything down. I'm extremely impressed. But the number of really small agencies and going through and all the compliance points, I think that your point is valid with regards to expired equipment. But the key is going to be, we need to be very careful when it comes to any living document, how we interpret that and how we move forward and make additions to that without going through a very specific process that's authorized by the legislature. Because always remember this, that, you know, we live in a country and in a state where the philosophy is very simple, that all authority belongs to our Lord. He provides authority to the people, and we provide authority to our legislators through our vote. And so these committees that we sit on, we are the bureaucracy within that system, and we need to be careful not to take that leeway and remove that authority from the legislator. I believe the legislator is the one who has the ability to say yes or no on many of those matters. While they provide authority to this body in order to make decisions, we need to be careful not to step too far over in that authority and try to take on lawmaking ourselves, so to speak. So, but I understand where you're coming from, and I do appreciate the sentiment.
Thank you for sharing your wisdom today. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Sheriff, thank you to you and Chief Ayala and your group for the work. Very nice way to say you're exceeding your statutory authority to be able to do that, so I appreciate that.
Like I just want to reiterate, thanks to all the committee members, especially Chief Ayala, who's just outstanding, and to all the members of TCOLE, because I'm extremely impressed with their professionalism and their due diligence. Thank you.
I do have, before you run off, I do have a question. So I'm assuming when I read this, I had a little bit of heartburn and kind of how do we do F, the very last one, and even what does the training for the new, basically city council that's trying to create a agency, what does that look like? I think we can get to yes on that with staff's help on some online stuff, but I would imagine we're probably going to get some pretty significant public comment on this complete and submit an annual report. And I think we had talked, or maybe there was some discussion on, hey, this is an addition to your racial profiling report, and it's more of a pull down, I guess you could say, where you're attesting to I am meeting these standards as the chief executive officer of this agency. I'm swearing and saying, yes, I am meeting all of these things. Is that what y'all intended to have happen in this?
Yes, sir, and that is correct. And you're right, Director. You know, we anticipated that some of the things that we were having to address because of this legislative mandate will be somewhat controversial, which is exactly why instead of just meeting in Austin, we traveled all across the state, caused the staff at TCOLE a whole lot of extra headache, and just to ensure that no matter what region of the state you were in, you were going to have the ability to show up in person at a meeting and provide input.
I really like the all-inclusive list. I think this is really going to serve its intent of what I think the legislature was trying to get to by telling us to go do this and come up with this. But we'll wait and see how the public comment comes back on this, in particular for this section. But I just wanted to put that out there for everyone that is either listening. And the intent is not to be overburdensome with this report. It's to add an extra affirmation on the racial profiling report. So thank you very much, sir. I don't have any questions.
Thank you. And if I can be of service, just call upon me.
I think we have a couple more.
Yes. Did somebody else have something?
More so, I'm going to ask you to stand up there for just a second in case you have thoughts or ideas or had conversations. But for Executive Director, staff, and council, you made a comment about agencies that are already in existence, and how does this impact them?
Yes, ma'am. I think that one of the things that looking at this particular, the work of this committee and this particular piece of legislation, it is two-part. It is the process we will go through to establish a new agency and the requirements for them to meet in order to be established, but also what it takes and the minimum requirements to continue on, but not just for those new agencies, but also agencies that have been stood up for many years. And we need to look back at agencies that TCOLE stood up 2 years ago or 3 years ago, or 10 or 15 years ago and beyond. And so this is now the minimum standards that a law enforcement agency must meet to exist. And so in order to accomplish that and meet what is to me very clearly the legislative objective here, we have to have a way to do that. And paragraph F in particular, that is one means of doing that. Now our audit process through our field service agencies, field service agents, certainly will go some distance. I don't want to use the term a long way because that's not accurate. We simply don't have enough of them. You have 10 throughout the state that cover vast areas. And so I believe, and I think few could argue with me, that there are agencies out there right now that don't meet these minimum standards that were stood up a number of years ago. I don't think that there's going to be very many that would oppose to coming into these minimum standards, coming into compliance. So there will be some time for education, and as far as this reporting mechanism would go, our IT folks will need some time to stand that up, and that will give us some time to do a very large education piece to make sure that agencies are aware of the new minimum standards. And we'll do everything we can do to bring people into compliance, to make sure, and again, as the sheriff pointed out, there's agencies out there with no policies at all. And if they do have, they have very few policies. So we want to go out and make sure that every agency, whether you're a school district, a constable's office, a 1 or 2 person sheriff's office or police department, that you have to have a pursuit policy. TCOLE's not here to tell you what that needs to be, but that you just have to have that policy. You have to have a use of force policy or what have you. And once that 1 to 2 year time frame of good education is in place, we can't go for 5 years and not know that an agency is out there existing without meeting a minimum standard. So there has to be some mechanism, and this reporting is, I think, the best way to do that. I applaud that, albeit controversial, and it will be some extra work. I don't think a lot of extra work in the way that we plan on instituting that. Again, you do your racial profiling report, there'll be a few more questions to answer that are checkbox in fashion. And we'll want to get input from agencies, large agencies, small agencies, on creating that report. How do we do this with the least amount of extra load? We also want to look at that if you're already an accredited agency through COLE or TPCA, then you will meet these minimum standards and then some. And so we're looking at saying, hey, here's the first checkbox. Are you TPCA best practices? If so, check yes, and you're done. Upload that maybe, but really if it's just a testing, check yes, sign here, you're finished. We know you meet these minimum standards if that's the case. So we're looking at ways to really reduce some of that burden, but we do have to have a mechanism to make sure that it's not just standing up new agencies, it's making sure that the police department that stood up in 2007 is meeting these new minimum standards.
And the other thing to point out too is the 5-year window, right? The audit, 5-year audit, that's just what we set as a policy. I don't think is that in such a minimum of 5 years? Gotta change that one. Well, it says minimum, we can do more. But I think these things of what the committee's come up with also drives what we were talking about for exceptional items and the needs of the agency to be able to adequately follow up with these requirements.
So one of the things, if you don't mind real quick, one of the things that we see at the local level, especially in rural Texas, is, and I'm fortunate, I came from a CALEA certified agency, Texas Chiefs of Police Best Practices. So basically, I'm now a 40-man agency that I stole all the policies from those things and brought them over and adapted them. But not everybody knows that, and what you will find is you may have a jailer who has peace officer license, who's never supervised a person in their life and gets elected sheriff because they got the most kinfolk in the county. And they've never dealt with these administrative issues before. And when you have some of that, then you're absolutely right. You can't wait 5 years. And so I think this will help keeping that lag time that we see in some of the agencies. And it's not their own fault, it's just the fact that they don't know, and TCOLE does not have enough manpower. Because I know we see, Darren Miner calls us all the time. He's an outstanding individual and works close with us, but there's only so many people he can visit with in a month. And so because of that process and the fact that you never know who you're going to get as the head of a law enforcement agency, especially in smaller jurisdictions, they're not aware of these, and by having this as an annual requirement to check off in that as on March 1st with your racial data profiling, that will ensure that it brings it to their attention and begins to cause compliance at a faster rate.
I'd like to add on to the concept of existing agencies that are not meeting their requirements in their continued operation, because being over enforcement, I've been encouraged by the people who've approached me about this already since I'm involved in this committee and are actually excited by that. To them, these are the changes, like he talked about. I think when he was elected sheriff, they didn't have vests for everyone. He had to go out and find them. A lot of them view this as the tool or the leverage so that they can get the funding they need, they can get the political backing they need to make the changes they wanted to make for a long time. And I think one of the most important things about what this committee did was all 3 committees, I talked about how challenging it is for the commission to address the needs of a 1-man agency and a 5,000-man agency, that nothing fits everyone, that we're constantly looking for something that works for everybody, but nobody's completely happy. This group had an even greater challenge in doing that, in that we initially looked at classifying people by agency types, but then understood that not all agency types operate in the same manner. So the example I generally use is the DA investigators. There are some that only do subpoenas. And then there are some that are now creating task force, and they go out and executing arrest warrants and search warrants, and they're wearing uniforms. And so how do we make sure that both of those groups are in compliance? We have a fire marshal's office that's working traffic enforcement. So this chart allows them to see, as they grow and take on additional responsibilities, that their requirements will change, and that they know those ahead of time, right? That they can make the appropriate preparations as they expand their roles and responsibilities. I think the biggest impact will be on the ISDs that are now one-man agencies, don't do traffic, don't do a lot of things. As they grow, because we know they will all grow, that they are prepared to expand their equipment, their policies, and the things that they need to do to stay in compliance.
In the reporting, we envision it being an if this question's affirmative, okay, then answer this one. If it's negative, move on down. So that as far as take the patrol vehicle or some of the equipment, does your agency conduct patrol or traffic enforcement? If yes, okay, do you have this equipment? Yes. And what that I envision is that will help lead some of the audits that the field service agents do when they go out. Now they know what they need to go and audit and look for as well. So it's sort of two-part. It certainly won't take the place of the field service agents. We need more of those, but at least it lets them streamline and it makes more efficient what they will go out in the field and do. Where if they have that DA's office that doesn't do anything other than just follow-up investigations or prepare for trials, things like that, they basically have an almost all-no report. So the field service agent knows I'm not going to go there and have to look for patrol vehicles, look for these kinds of things. So that annual report helps drive what that audit's going to look like as well. They'll work hand in hand.
You bring up a good point about so smaller agencies that may not have equipment, that this may help them be able to get it. But what's to stop those county commissioners or other people that hold the purse strings for those chief administrators to go get equipment that's subpar or substandard? Do we have any mechanism in place right now as y'all critique and review that equipment to make sure that it is a good standard and a good safe standard for those new or existing agencies?
It sort of goes back to the original question before, I'll give an example that and again, this doesn't pertain to body-worn cameras, but it's a good example that, body-worn cameras have a useful life. Agencies without a lot of budget tend to let those go on, and they have the repair closet where they go and piece them back together, and that's not a best practice. I don't know that. I think from our perspective, is to make sure that they have the equipment and it's in working order. I don't know that we get into the weeds so much to pick what's the best brand, what's the best, the best service out there or something like that. Again, when you get down to subpar, that may be discussions down the road, and perhaps some public comment can offer something for that as this goes out and gets critiqued by the regulated community. We can maybe get some other insight. But I think at this level, right now, it simply says, hey, you have to have this equipment, and I think it goes without saying, it has to be in good working order.
And let me give you an example real quick on the other side on the sheriff's office. The sheriff is responsible for the jail. We have over 600 points of compliance. We have to comply with that. The commissioner's court is lawfully responsible with the upkeep and maintenance of the facility and providing us with the funding that we need. And when the jail commission comes in and does their annual inspection, they usually have the judge and a commissioner sit there, and when there's deficiencies in the actual facility, they will explain to them that it's your responsibility as a commissioner's court to ensure that the funds are there in order to keep this facility up to date and in compliance. But the legislature has never saw fit to put any sort of enforcement mechanism in that. So I've sat in those meetings year after year after year where the jail commission tells the commissioner's court. And I think until the legislature decides that that's something that they want to place into a statute, that's kind of the box or the corner we're painted into with regards to this. So,
thank you. And I don't want to be confused. I don't think it's our job to dictate brands or anything like that. So I don't want to be confused on that at all. Yes, but just my point is that I do think it's very important if we're going to have people out there getting equipment, that equipment is safe both for the community and for the officer, and that they're not being set for failure. So,
agreed.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
I can escape now?
Escape, just don't leave the building yet, sure.
Okay, we're going to go to our last group. That's the examinations of licensees. The presiding officer was Sean Kennington. The assistant presiding officer was Mike Harmon. And we have Chief Harmon here with us.
Well, I would say good morning, but it's afternoon now, so.
It is.
It's an honor to be here. Chairman Constable Kennington couldn't be here this afternoon or today because he is about to be a grandfather. So both of his daughters are having babies this week, so I'm stepping in and filling in for him. So it's an honor to be here. It was an honor to be chosen to be on the Fit for Duty committee, serving as the co-chair, and we had a lot of well-rounded people on our committee, civilians, representatives from TMPA, CLEAT, constables, sheriffs, chiefs, officers, and doctors, and I truly believe that we've created or come up with a good starting point, a model policy for agencies across the state of Texas. And a special thanks to the TCOLE group who helped us out, guided us through our meetings and kept us on task because sometimes you can digress and get off into the weeds quite a bit. So thank you all for your guidance through those meetings. So let's we'll talk about mentally or physically and psychologically fit for duty, and we looked at best practices, policies, civil service language, and for those agencies that are 143 agencies, this information will be very familiar to you already. And so a fit for duty review, or FFDE, is indicated when there is an objective and just cause for believing that there is a result of a medical or psychological impairment. And this deals with peace officers, telecommunicators, and county jailers. So we're talking about these three groups of people. And when there is a just cause for a medical or psychological condition or impairment, and that person is unable to perform one or more essential job functions and possesses a direct threat to themselves or others, the chief administrator shall provide written notice to the examination to the license holder no later than the 10th business day before the deadline to submit the examination. And when the notice shall include the reasons for the examination, members shall be conducted, or the exam shall be conducted by the member's personal physician, psychiatrist, or psychologist. So that's on the first request. And that is at the expense of the member themselves. Moving forward, if the report or the examination comes back and the chief administrator has questions about it or wants to send the member off for another exam, whether it be psychological or a physical, then that is on the department. That expense is on the department. And if that report comes back and the two reports are conflicting or in contradiction of themselves, then under civil service rule, it goes before a panel of 3, and it's either 3 physicians, psychologists, or psychiatrists, whatever the exam may be. Now, if an agency is not a 143 agency, then that would be up to their policies and procedures on how they move forward with that. Any questions about that so far?
Nope. Good.
And then if the member refuses the request, then the agency will notify TCOLE that the member has refused to take the psychological or the medical exam, and they will have 30 days to report that information to TCOLE. And then if the member chooses to do so, then they can go before a SOA hearing with representative and argue their case before the SOA hearing. Questions or comments about that? Those are 143 agencies. This should be very familiar to you already.
I guess I have a question for General Counsel. For the things that come before SOA, are there some requirements for a medical advisory board process before SOA? Or maybe I'm just confusing the crossover, because there are some statutory issues with that. But I might be somewhere else on that that's not following here. For the 143, it's easy, but when we're coming to take administrative action and we're laying that out before SOA, I'm just thinking from a practical, we're just going to use the stuff that we got from the appointing agency, and then is SOA good with making that determination? I mean, I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, okay, an administrative law judge is going to be the one saying yay or nay here, and so.
Those are great questions, Commissioner Hester, and we worked with SOA to get the draft rule in front of you that you see today. We took a great deal from the statute on it, but yeah, we had, those are great questions, and obviously as ones we discussed, and I think it's going to be, like a lot of these processes, I think we've got it to a point to where we can take it for further input and see if there needs to be further development in some of the things that we will take to SOA as far as procedurally and definition wise. But those are good questions.
I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner, if I may, one of the things leading to SOA is not the evaluation itself, it's the refusal to submit.
Correct.
And so it doesn't become the viability of a medical or psychological examination. It's the licensee's refusal to submit to the locally required event, and whether or not that's reasonable. So, does the licensee have a reasonable case not to submit? So.
Okay. Sorry, Chief, go ahead.
No, that's okay. Those are all good questions and to work through. And again, this is it's a model policy, and like everybody else was up here talking about, I'm sure this will be a continuing, ongoing process over the years. Reevaluate, see if things need to be tweaked or changed, or if everything's working fine. This is it's a step in the right direction for the profession. We're getting more professional policies and mandates being put on law enforcement, and I was just happy to be a part of this. It's a historic event, and just glad to be part of it. So,
I would like to express appreciation to you and your committee members as well.
I'm the only one here.
You're the only one here?
From our committee right here.
Well,
this is it.
The committee of one today. But yes, I know a lot of work went in. You had a lot of meetings as well, just like everybody did, so thank you very much. I don't have anything else,
Did you?
And Madam Chair, the rules to lay out.
Hi, Aaron Heath, Assistant General Counsel. So we have rules to complement the model policy that is going to be adopted or for your consideration. The first one is what would be proposed 217.9, and this covers the situation where a licensee refuses to submit to an examination. This basically takes the statute 1701.167. There's a process laid out in there, and we connected some of the dots here, and we conferred with SOA as to how this process would work there. First, we had to make sure that SOA would take these hearings. So we've done some back and forth there. The report that we receive, we're going to have some sort of template report that we make up, and it will have fields for the agency to put the reasons why they requested the examination, when the examination was due by, so that we have something that we can take to SOA, because this will be a hearing between TCOLE and the licensee, and we need something to initiate that action, and we will need the assistance of the agencies in pursuing these cases.
Aaron, if I can interrupt you, Madam
Sure.
Chair, Commissioners, to make a note on when Aaron spoke a minute ago about these cases will go to SOA. If you notice in SB 1445, it states that the commission shall hear these type of hearings, these refusal hearings. However, in discussion with the committees, there's also a confidentiality provision for the hearing itself and all the information obviously associated with the hearing. And of course, we have several competing interests when we talk about an open commission meeting along with confidentiality of this type of highly sensitive medical, psychological information. We had the discussions with the, after discussing it with the committee, we had a discussion with the State Office of Administrative Hearing, their general counsel, with input from the Chief Administrative Law Judge there. We all agreed that within the purview of the statute, that SOA could hear these types of hearings, and based on a discussion of what the language of the statute, but also just as important, if not more so, to ensure the confidentiality of the licensee's information, the content of the hearing, the decision, and things of that nature. So I just wanted to make that note in reference, go along with what Aaron was saying, our discussions that we've had with SOA in order to get this rule before you today.
Mm-hmm. And it's important to note that the commission will be issuing the show cause order that will require the licensee to show cause for the refusal at a contested case hearing at the State Office of Administrative Hearings. Are there any questions regarding the refusal rule?
No, sir.
Great. Next, we're going to move on to school marshals. As our general counsel mentioned earlier, the model policies are to be adopted by law enforcement agencies. However, school marshals are not appointed by law enforcement agencies. And so for this reason, we've kind of created the school marshal rule package outside of the model policy. In these cases, TCOLE itself is standing in the place of the law enforcement agency. We have Rule 227.1. We added appointing entity responsibility, and that's to submit reports to the commission for any indication, suspicion, or allegation that they're no longer psychologically fit. And it's important to note that for school marshals, it's only psychological fitness. Next, we have Rule 227.4, and it's going to be titled Demonstration of Psychological Fitness. We pulled from which rule is it? We pulled from 217.1B12, and that's our requirement that applicants be examined by a psychologist. And so this process is taken a lot from there. It's kind of restructured a little bit, but it has the same requirements in it, and it includes some of the requirements imposed by Senate Bill 1445 on the fit for duty and psychological fitness examinations. And then we have Rule 227.6, which is the fit for duty review for the school marshals. The process is very similar to the process that's in the model policy. However, there is no law enforcement agency, and so the TCOLE will take the place of the agency. If a fit for duty review is requested, the school marshal would go to the psychologist or psychiatrist that they're choosing. If the commission disagrees assessment, then the evaluation will be performed by a psychologist or psychiatrist that the commission chooses. And if there's disagreement between those two, then the executive director would have the final say as to whether they are psychologically fit or not. Are there any questions?
Yes, if TCOLE's taking the role of the agency here, what kind of effort is that going to require from TCOLE?
As far as employee resources, well, we're not exactly sure because we don't know how many fit for duty reviews are going to happen for school marshals. This is a new requirement for them. They, before all of this, their only requirement was to get a psychological examination upon being appointed, and at their renewals. They renew every 2 years. So this is something new.
And are you going to be educating the schools on how to monitor that and report it? Since we're not in the schools.
Right, yes, and so we will try to get this out to the appointing entities. They're what they're referred to in the rules. The schools, the superintendents.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner West, a couple things I can add to that. We did specifically receive resources attached to this with the passage of the bill, anticipating that there would be some legal response that we would have to provide. And the other thing that's unusual is that on the peace officer, jailer, and telecommunicator side, if those people separate from the agency during the process, we essentially pick it up and finish out the process. So the school marshals will not be as different as it seems, and that we will take some of the agency, what is traditionally agency responsibility. If, for example, you order someone to go get a psychological evaluation, they refuse, you terminate them for insubordination, we are still going to finish that process to determine whether or not they're fit to continue their license status. So the school marshals will be largely similar. The program we're developing will encompass all four, even though it seems different because of the way we had to structure the rule. We just didn't have an agency that could adopt a model policy for school marshals.
Yeah, we got an FTE for that too, right?
Couple.
Okay. I want to again thank the presiding officers and the assistant presiding officers and all of the committee members. And for those that attended the meeting, they were open public meetings that anyone could attend and provide comment to. So thank you for everyone who was involved in this process. I don't know that we have a motion for this agenda item.
Madam Chair, we could do this separately. Agenda item number 7, adopt the proposed, those particular model policies, if you want to do them one at a time separately, and then take agenda item number 8, which we've all went through the rules on these. You could either do those, propose to move to adopt those if you choose to do so separately on agenda item number 8.
So you're talking about a motion that would potentially accept the recommendations as provided by the committees.
That's correct. And I would take them separately, Madam Chair, because you have the policies under agenda item number 7, but you have the specific, and we could do it, we would do the rules under 8 just like we normally do the rules.
Okay, we will keep those separated then. And do we have a motion related to agenda item number 7?
I make a motion that we accept the misconduct investigation and hiring procedures model policy.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Yes, if we, do we have any discussion?
Madam Chair, is there a time, so we talked about time frame. It's not for this, right? Is this going for, this isn't going for posting?
This is going for public comment. This is proposed. This will go to the Texas Register, public comment. We receive it and we formulate, as we discussed earlier, the potential adoption dates. We can do the same for the rules under number 8.
Perfect.
Are we adopting, or are we moving per policy, or are we gonna move for all 3 policies together?
We're going to do each policy separately, and we'll be doing a roll call vote.
Can you clarify which one we're doing first?
Misconduct.
Okay. Commissioner Kim Lamo,
Aye.
Commissioner Jason Hester,
Aye.
Commissioner Patricia Burris,
Aye.
Commissioner Jana Adkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Michael Griffiths, excuse me,
Aye.
Commissioner Mario Luscano, Commissioner Justin Berry,
Aye.
Commissioner Connor Harvey,
Aye.
and Commissioner Justin West.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. We'll move on to the minimum standards for law enforcement agencies.
And Madam Chair, just so we're clear, when we said misconduct, that includes 1, the misconduct allegations model policy, 2, the hiring procedures model policy, and 3, the personnel files model policy, all under the purview of the misconduct committee.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
I make a motion to accept the minimum standards for law enforcement agencies policy.
And that would be actually the rule for, I'm sorry, that would be proposed amendment number 1, proposed amendment number 2, and proposed amendment number 3. Those are for the minimum standards for law enforcement agencies.
Okay, so we don't, for as a matter of procedure here, for minimum standards for law enforcement agencies, we're not in agenda item 8, so we would need to wait.
We can take those together though, because that is related to number 7.
Okay.
Okay, I was told.
That's what.
Alright, so
And to clarify, it would be proposed amendment number 1 and proposed amendment number 2. Not proposed amendment number 3.
Thank you.
Okay. I would like to amend my motion. Madam Chair, I make a motion to accept the proposed amendments for public comment to the Texas Register for proposed amendment number 1 and proposed amendment number 2 as posted in the agenda.
That are related to the minimum standards. Okay.
I second that.
We have a motion and we have a second. Any discussion?
Commissioner Kim Lamo,
Aye.
Commissioner Jason Hester,
Aye.
Commissioner Patricia Burris,
Aye.
Commissioner Jana Adkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Michael Griffiths,
Aye.
Commissioner Mario Luscano, Commissioner Justin Berry,
Aye.
Commissioner Connor Harvey,
Aye.
and Commissioner Justin West.
Aye.
Thank you.
Guidance counselor on.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, the next, the psychological and physical, examination of a licensee model policy under 7, you can take along with proposed amendment number 3, proposed new rule, just do it with proposed amendment number 3 because that's directly related. The others are school marshal related. So examination of a licensee model policy plus proposed amendment number 3.
It would be proposed new rule number 1.
What's proposed amendment number 3? Does that go along with it?
That's with school marshals, and that's the requirement that the appointing entities make reports to TCOLE of any
Got it.
suspicious behavior.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So take the model policy for examination of a licensee plus proposed new rule number 1.
Yeah, it's almost 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3, right?
Proposed new rule number 2 and proposed new rule number 3 are school marshal.
Correct. Proposed amendment number 3, proposed new rule number 2, proposed rule number 3, those are school marshals separately. We can take those separately, we can do them all together. So I would suggest take examination of a licensee model policy and then proposed new rule number 1 together.
I'll make that motion.
I second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Okay. Commissioner Kim Lamo,
Aye.
Commissioner Jason Hester,
Aye.
Commissioner Patricia Burris,
Aye.
Commissioner Jana Atkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Michael Griffiths,
Aye.
Commissioner Mario Lascano, Commissioner Justin Berry,
Aye.
Commissioner Connor Harvey,
Aye.
and Commissioner Justin West.
Aye.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, now we get to the,
A procedural
Sure.
question. Do we need to officially move to agenda item number 8?
no, because we took them under consideration together.
Okay.
You took all the proposed amendments and new rules under 8, you considered under 7, and we made the discussion about that earlier.
Okay.
It's fine.
And I'm sorry.
No, that's good.
Your recommendation was going to be?
Let's go with, I would recommend, let's take the school marshals. I know Aaron Heath will correct me if I'm wrong here. He's on top of me here. Proposed amendment number 3, proposed new rule number 2, and proposed new rule number 3 together. That's the school marshal package for proposed adopt for proposal. I'm sorry.
Make a recommendation as stated by General Counsel.
And I second that, as stated by council.
Okay. We have a motion and I believe 2 seconds. Any discussion?
Okay. Commissioner Kim Lamo,
Aye.
Commissioner Jason Hester,
Aye.
Commissioner Patricia Burris,
Aye.
Commissioner Jana Atkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Michael Griffiths,
Aye.
Commissioner Mario Lascano, Commissioner Justin Berry,
Aye.
Commissioner Connor Harvey,
Aye.
and Commissioner Justin West.
Aye.
Motion passes. We are going to move to agenda item number 9, but before that, we are going to take a break. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. May I ask all of the presiding officers and assistant presiding officers to come up front, please? Thank you.
Jen is like, peace out.
So for the presiding officers and assistant presiding officers of the committee, the commission, the presiding officer, and all the commissioners would like to thank you all for your work. Sheriff Boyd, Chief Ayala, Constable Kennington, Chief Harmon, Chief Standridge, and Chief Anderson. We would like to thank you all very much publicly for your work. We know there was a lot of work that was put into this, as we've talked about before, so on behalf of the commission and the presiding officer, we'd like to present each one of you with a plaque of appreciation. So, real quick before, yeah, so before y'all do that, will, is somebody on staff can change the seal to the back and then let us get out of the way? Because we're looking awkward back here on the back.
He's always trying to avoid any kind of. Valley time. You're gonna get that blue light, Jessica, thank you. Thank you. So close. There you Join in. Thank y'all very much. One more like this. It worked out that way.
Okay, we are now back in session, and we will move to agenda item number 9, which is the final adoption on amendments to existing TCOLE rules and new rule. And I believe, Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, and for benefit of everyone in the audience and watching online, the next 3 items under sub-items under item number 9, amendment number 1 through 3, and new rule for 22146. These are for final adoption today. If you recall, Commissioners, previously these rules were proposed. They went through the public comment process, and they are here for you today for final adoption. Again, these are for final adoption. We have first amendment number 1, amendment to 21513 risk assessment. Director Grissom.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Just as a reminder, this moves us in terms of risk assessment for training academy to measurement across all 3 tries at licensing exams as opposed to first try pass rate. Received a standing ovation when it was proposed.
I believe it did. Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt amendment number 1.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second it.
We have a motion in 2 seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, amendment number 2 incorporates the amendments to section 1701-3095 of the Occupations Code made by Senate Bill 252 and amendments made to Texas Occupations Code 1701.310 made by House Bill 2183, both from the from the 88th regular session. Director Grigsby.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. As stated, the change to 217.1 related to U.S. citizenship came as a result of Senate Bill 252 by Senator Alvarado. It allows for a legal permanent resident, commonly known as a green card holder, who has served for at least 2 years with the United States Armed Forces and an honorable discharge, and who has applied for U.S. citizenship to become a licensee, whereas previously the standard was just you had to have full U.S. citizenship. This allows somebody who is in the process that meets those other parameters. And then the second section is from House Bill 2183, which allows for some additional allowances for temporary jailers in response to some requests by sheriffs who were consistently dealing with staffing shortages that needed to be able to fill jailer positions.
I believe we received public comment on 1.
We did, thank you very much. We received public comment from Senator Alvarado on the change related to Senate Bill 252, thanking the Commission for their work and looking forward to the changes to be implemented.
Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to final adopt amendment number 2.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, next for your consideration, I will set forth amendment number 3 and new rule, the 22146 active shooter training for schools together. I say again, amendment number 3, the amendment to 218.3, and the new rule 22146 in response for addition to Texas Occupations Code 1701, 253Q, and 3525 made by Senate Bill 1852 from the 88th regular session. Director Grigsby.
Thank you very much. So the proposed amendment number 3 is related to Senate Bill 1852, modifying the continuing education requirements related to active shooter training, specifically 16 hours of alert active shooter training every 2 years as part of continuing education. The new rule is related to Senate Bill 999 by Senator West, and that is essentially to ensure some quality control on anybody teaching active shooter training to those peace officers employed by schools. I'm happy to answer any further questions that you have.
I have a question. Was there any comments on either one of these?
I do not know that we had received any written public comment on these.
Not in the register, okay. Go ahead. On the TCOLE instructor proficiency certificate, that language, is that specifically in statute as well? Does it contemplate actually, it's one thing if I'm an alert instructor, but to actually pay the 35 and have my TCOLE instructor certificate, was that contemplated in, I don't remember in the statute.
So the way that the statute was written is it contemplates an active shooter training instructor, both applied to an individual delivering the instruction as well as a training provider overseeing that instruction. Those are both from the statute, yes, sir.
Okay.
So does this, because this is under 221.46 and it says active shooter training for schools. That's all schools, like my academy, we're talking about, are we talking about training for schools?
We're talking to be delivered to
SROs?
essentially school-based law enforcement.
Okay, so this would not, as far as possessing that certificate, having to renew it every 2 years, that's where I'm getting a little confused.
Yeah, Madam Commissioner, this would not affect academies or training providers unless that training provider wanted to hire out to do school-based law enforcement training at a public or charter school. So that's what it was meant to amend. So it wouldn't affect a licensed academy from providing instruction in that area.
As long as we have the instructors, yes. That proficiency certificate was what I was looking at. My instructors, they are alert trainers, but they don't actually have the proficiency certificate. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, so, and I guess as a matter of procedure, at this point, because I think how we title it is important, right? You're branding the rule. So should it be active shooter training for school-based law enforcement instead of schools? And first, that's, I guess, for discussion with my commissioners. And secondly, procedurally, General Counsel, can we do that at this point? Or is that too substantive to have to go back?
No, I think the titles, I wouldn't classify the change of a title, particularly if after discussion you believe it's better clarification and it better suits the it's a better descriptor of the following rule. The title wouldn't be a substantive change.
Mr. General Counsel, is there, and I'm still familiarizing myself with the intricacies of the rules and the occupation code or anything,
Sure.
but is there anything about whether titles will be considered in construing statutes or rules or anything like that that you know of?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I didn't catch the last part of it. It's the echo on that microphone.
Anything in our rules we've promulgated or the statutes that, you know, in the occupations code about whether courts will consider titles when construing our rules or statutes?
I'll answer that with respect to, and hopefully this will answer the question that you had. A few years ago, there was some discussion about standardized field sobriety testing and certificates issued by TCOLE. There was a lot of discussion, and this has been probably 10 plus years ago. There was some discussion out in the field, and there was some problems out in the field in regard to if someone did not have a TCOLE certificate, whether it's standardized field sobriety test or other certificates, whether or not the officer had the ability to perform the test or conduct investigations, whatever the case would be for all the certificates we issue. There is a provision in the rules related to proficiency is not determined by whether or not TCOLE issues that certificate. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, a little bit. I was just curious if there's just some provision that says, like, when construing these rules, don't consider the title.
There's nothing probably that specific. If there's something more generic that might be applicable, I could certainly take a look at.
Yeah, I was just curious. I mean, I don't think I mean, if we make a change that's more specific, that's active shooter trainings for school-based law enforcement, maybe it's a moot point because it gets to it anyways.
I
and then
think so.
that's- So, but I was just curious.
No, thank you for the question.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Yeah, so what is, I don't have the my computer's not on the internet. 1701-2515. What is the title for that in occupations code?
Thank you for that question. It says certificate required to provide active shooter training at public schools and institutions of higher education. So thank you for that point of clarification. So in order to conduct that training, you would need this certificate.
Public schools and what? Institutes of higher learning?
Institutions of higher education.
Okay. Can we adopt it? Can we change it to that?
I believe so.
Okay. I make a motion to adopt new rule 221.46 with the modification of the title to read active shooter training for public schools and institutions of higher education.
Second.
Right.
That is the adoption of the new rule, but there is also a proposed amendment before you.
Yeah, we put two, amendment number 3 and new rule together.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, were you talking to the
Oh.
new rule or the amendment?
I'm sorry.
Let's take the new rule since
Take the
we've
new
got
rule
that.
since we
Let's,
got
let's
that,
take the
yeah.
rule and then we'll go back and do the amendment.
We have a motion in this. second.
I do have a question on that. I know we said public schools. Do we need to clarify public institutions of higher education, or will that be inclusive? If it's on the front end of both, is it inclusive of both? Does that make sense?
Just call it educational based law enforcement.
Are we talking about the title or something inside the rule at this point?
Could you simplify it and say educational based law enforcement? Would that encompass both segments? No.
In the title, sir.
Could you please say it again?
Yes, does it need, we said public schools and institutions of higher education, or do we need to say public schools and public institutions of higher education? Or is public on the front end of both inclusive of both? Because we've got private institutions of higher education, we've got public institutions of higher education.
I think if we're speaking about the title, it's important to remember that the title itself is not going to confer, require, or obligate any substantive rights, obligations, or otherwise on the licensees or agencies. I think, and I understand the labeling proposal that you said, Madam Chair, and I think that makes sense. I will say that for purposes of titling this particular rule, remember ultimately the effect of what the title is while we make it as descriptive and clear as we possibly can, I just want to remind everyone the principle that the title itself is not an operative clause of the rule itself.
Yes, and it wasn't a suggestion to change it, it was just a question.
I think that would work, yes. I think that would work. I think it's a matter of, it's like all things, it's a matter of salt to taste on whether you guys want to keep the motion you just seconded or if you want to reopen it to amend that language.
I think for, Madam Chair, the reason why I wanted to change, just take school off is because I was seeing the same thing that Commissioner Atkins was like, okay, Now all training academies, schools, whatever, are gonna have to start making some change because we may have people that are alert active shooter instructors that may not have their TCOLE license, right? And so I was gonna have to go back from an agency standpoint and then go back and fix all those. We're specifically for this particular rule, we're specifically talking about if you're gonna go teach it in a public school, for school-based law enforcement or institutions of higher learning. So that's why I wanted to clarify that as to what that was. And to our new commissioner's point is the same as what general counsel said. We can call the title whatever we want. It can just say additional information.
Yeah.
The meat is in the
Yeah, so we would be correct in essentially saying all institutions of higher education who teach.
And that is consistent with how the statute
That's-
passed, yes.
Yeah, so I'm not proposing any changes to the title,
To the motion,
or to the motion, I'm sorry. Yes,
the seconded motion.
okay. We have a motion. We had a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. So we are going to go back up to amendment number 3.
Madam Chair, that was previously laid out by general counsel. I would like to make a motion for final adoption of amendment number 3.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. We will now move to agenda item number 10, which is to discuss and take action on the request for a Class C waiver of TCOLE rule number 217.1, minimum standards for enrollment and initial licensure. And I have I believe at least 2 people that have signed up to address or to speak on that. So if you would please state your name.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Randall Robinson. I'm the county attorney for San Saba County. And Sheriff Jenkins is here as well as the applicant. And listening to y'all, I want to tell you, one, I really appreciate the opportunity to come here and ask for this waiver. I think it's well deserved. And I'm not going to belabor this point into lots of detail because I know y'all have had a very busy day today. But I couldn't help in listening to this last discussion. It reminded me of a book that I'm a late in life law student. I went to law school at 50, and my wife handed me a book when I started law school that was entitled Eats, Shoots, and Leaves. And it was about a panda bear who eats bamboo shoots. But he says it's all about the grammatical comma, whether or not he eats, shoots, and leaves, or he eats, shoots, and leaves. So, and the reason I brought that up is when you look at the very administrative code and what we got hung up on when it was reviewed, we had a very similar situation. What they said in there is it says that has never been on court-ordered community supervision or probation for any criminal offense above the grade of Class B misdemeanor or a Class B misdemeanor within the last 10 years from the date of the court order. Our reviewer separated that with commas and said, there's never been a community supervision without a time frame. But when I look further down in there, you have another part that says has never been convicted of an offense above the grade of Class B misdemeanor or Class B misdemeanor within the last 10 years. Well, if you use the same logic, you'd have to split those pieces out. So what I'm getting at is it really gets into semantics, and I really don't want to belabor that point with you. What I want to tell you is this young lady was 19 years old. She walked across the corner of her property, and an ex-friend of her mother's drove up. They charged her with a criminal trespass in an abandoned home. She was arrested. They took her in for a Class A misdemeanor. They got her to sign a waiver of magistration. I don't know if any of y'all have any criminal background, but we don't do those things anymore. And besides that, they then got her to enter into an agreement with the county attorney at the time without legal representation. So a 19-year-old who had no magistration, really didn't know what she was charged with, no legal representation, entered into a deferred adjudication agreement. She performed everything that she needed to perform under those terms and was successfully discharged after 12 months, 14 years ago. Today, she's going to come in front of you and she's going to tell you in the last 14 years she's been gainfully employed. She's been a productive member of society. She has never been charged with any violation so simple as a traffic violation in that whole time. And I'm coming to you as a person who lives in a county that has about 7,000 people. We're very proud of our 2 traffic lights. I probably pass more traffic lights getting here today than I pass in a normal month. And I want you to know that it's hard to come by really good, qualified people. This is someone that we really would like to have on staff. She's done everything necessary, and we really thought she had qualified based on the interpretation that I was talking about. And she passed all the requisite requirements, training, and licensing. So we're here today to ask y'all for that waiver for someone who at 19 years old, without legal representation, agreed to something that is now trying to keep her from a career 14 years later without a single solitary violation. And I went to the extent to drive here today to come and talk to y'all in front of that. And with that, I'm going to hush. I'm going to let the sheriff come up and talk to you.
Okay.
I'd be glad to answer any questions later if you would like.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yes, before we do that, sir, Executive Director?
Yes, Madam Chair, in considering whether or not to bring this request for a waiver forward, we looked at the entire case packet, investigation that was done by our folks. While there are obviously always aggravating factors, there's very few. There are plenty of mitigating factors involved in this situation. There were compelling reasons for me to present it to you, Madam Chair. And again, it's my intention to be very methodical in looking these over and deciding which ones are worthy of consideration, so that we do maintain very high standards in the law enforcement profession, whether they be peace officers, jailers, or telecommunicators. I'll if we want to brief further on how we became aware of this or not. It was our systems that located it. Nonetheless, there have been corrective measures put in place to prevent it from happening. Again, we're very satisfied that the agency has good practices going forward. It wasn't a poor background that was conducted. They did a good background from everything that we can tell. It was simply a mistake on the part of the background where they believed that the individual was qualified because so much time had passed since the incident, rather than something they had overlooked when they should have found it instead. So again, plenty of mitigating factors that made this particular case, in my opinion, worth bringing forward for the commission to look at it.
Sheriff, I believe you would like to take a moment to speak with us, so if you would state your name, please, sir.
I'm David Jenkins. I'm the sheriff there in San Saba County. That was several years ago when that happened. It was kind of a dark time in San Saba. I lived there, but I was not employed with the sheriff's department because I didn't see eye to eye with the current sheriff or back then the current county attorney. But Jennifer Mellon came to work for us. It was November of 2022. Once she got her temporary license, I assigned her to a field training officer. One of the things you got to understand there in San Saba, we have the oldest operating jail in the state of Texas. It's built in 1884. It does have electricity though. But One winter, the real bad winter, it froze up. I had to literally put a porta potty out in the Sally Port, and I was not their favorite sheriff for a while, but we can't shut our operations down. We have to go forward. We're getting new radio systems. I've made every arrangement in the world, but Jennifer has been a good employee. She did everything. She went to school, completed it, passed state boards. She was a good dispatcher. That's where she wants to be. She's been helping me up in the admin office do some of that paperwork, but that's where she wants to be. And it's hard to find good people in a smaller community like that. San Sab is only about 3,100 population. I think there's maybe 34, 35 in the county, but a lot of people just don't want to work in that old jail. Kind of like an old dungeon. And it's haunted. I know that for a fact. But I just got to take that in consideration. She's been a good employee. And I appreciate it.
Ms. Mellon, we would like you to come up and tell your side of the story, please, if you'll come up and state your name.
She'll wait till she gets up here.
I'm Jennifer Mellon. So if y'all have any questions for me right away, no? Did y'all want to ask me anything or? No? What happened? Okay, so on that night in 2009, me and my friends, again, small town, nothing much to do. We were walking around and there was a house. It was abandoned, we knew that, and we just wanted to try to cut around to get back to the other side of where we were. And so we crossed the yard, and this lady pulled up, almost ran us over in that yard, and then had actually accused us of going in that house and stealing stuff, breaking things, which we did not do. And she called the cops. They didn't even search us. They just took her side of the story and handcuffed us and took us to jail. So, yeah, I was charged. I didn't know what was going on. Sorry, I'm gonna get emotional.
It's okay, you take your time.
So, anyways, never been in trouble before, didn't know what was going on. Was given papers to sign, didn't even know what they were, and then before I know it, they had taken me to Mills County jail to stay the night because, you know, at that time they didn't hold women in San Saba County, so yeah. That's what happened.
I have one question. I see, so it was just for trespass, and there was no other charges brought that ultimately didn't go through, or no other convictions, is that right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
So your charge and conviction was only for trespass, is that right?
As far as I knew, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? Questions for either Ms. Mellon or the sheriff or council? Okay. Executive Director, any further comments?
A couple of other things that I would point out again, in looking at these, the ones that I've looked at, I appreciate what the sheriff had said about she's been a good employee and everything. That's less compelling to me because, again, she wasn't qualified to be licensed when she was. What was more, in terms of mitigating factors for me to even bring this before the commission was the life she'd led since the conviction prior to the licensing. That's what I looked at more of, and there's been no issues on record since then, and that's what I found is a very large mitigating factor. Also, in reading the police reports, and there's a relatively comprehensive record there. Some of what when you look at the to your point, Commissioner, the difference in trespassing of a building versus a habitation that bumped it to an A, there's a lot lacking in that, and so it's been well beyond the 10-year time span. Now, I don't want to argue with what the rules are, but again, in looking at this from my reason to bring this before you, I took all of that into consideration, comparing this to other waivers before that when I look at that and make my decision on that, there's a lot of mitigating factors in this particular case. Also, as you, I'm sure, have already read the report, the arresting officer did not see the individual inside the structure. And so the arrest for this offense actually was an arrest for an offense that occurred outside of his presence. So there's that. Again, I stacked up all of these factors when I made the decision of whether or not to present it to the presiding officer.
And really, any agency, as they're doing a background, if they have questions on whether they're in compliance with the hiring standards, always have their field agent or the more general TCOLE office, or even your office to call. I know you had mentioned before that there were some changes that were put in place, but I'd like to ask the sheriff, what have you put into place? What have you changed in your agency to ensure that we're not here a year or two from now? If you could come up to the mic, sir. Sorry, we've got to get you on record. We got to get you on record.
We're going to be way more careful about this and pay more attention. Somehow it just slipped by. In my 37 years, I've never been before the TCOLE board on anything like this. Of course, I hadn't been the sheriff for 37 years, but we're gonna make sure it doesn't happen again, because it's embarrassing to me, because I'm ready for lunch. Sorry.
Sheriff, I have a question for you. You
Yes,
said
sir.
you said you weren't at the sheriff's office at the time when this happened?
No.
Okay.
I
Was there another?
that particular sheriff there, he and I did not see
Okay.
eye to
Was there
eye.
another deputy, David Jenkins, that was in San Saba at the time?
I lived in San Saba.
Okay, because the case report that I'm reading says Officer Shaw and Deputy David Jenkins with the San Saba County Sheriff's Office responded. So that's why I just need a
Yeah.
clarification.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't know why my name's on there.
All right, thank
I
you.
wasn't there, no. Not that I remember.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. No, I'd left when that particular individual made sheriff.
And I do have a question. In regard to the arrest, and you may not know the answer to this, but when typically what we've been trained to do is we are called to a scene, someone is not leaving, we ask them to leave, they leave, but they're warned not to return.
Right.
It seems like this, and I don't know what policies there were, was there ever a warning to leave, or was it just, hey?
Not to my knowledge, I don't think there was a criminal trespass warning issued.
So the charge for criminal trespass, violation of criminal trespass
Right.
warning here.
Yeah. She should have been warned. If it should have been written out, if they want them warned, we'll write the criminal trespass and it's held on record. And still, if they even come back, it's up to the complainant to pursue those charges. Now, if we see them on the property, yes, we can arrest them right there within.
Right. But they're previously warned, right?
Sir?
They would be previously warned when you witnessed
Oh,
something.
yes.
And Miss Mellon, were you ever told at any point by any law enforcement officer to leave the property?
Commissioner West, just in your packet, there is the report by the agency. There are the witness statements, and in both statements, they reference it being forced entry and that they observed her inside the residence. So I think that's what the arrest was based on, is the difference is that it was forced entry in a residence where they didn't reside, and they had two witnesses.
But in that case, it would have been burglary of habitation, not criminal trespass.
I understand, I'm just, there are documents that will help you see what they were thinking. I'm not saying it was correct, but
Okay.
there is some information available to you there.
Thank you, sir.
So our job is not to relitigate what happened in 2009. Our job here today is only to determine whether or not we're going to grant the request for Class A waiver. I have great concerns as articulated by the county attorney, Mr. Robinson, that Miss Mellon didn't have representation, wasn't magistrated. You know, I looked at the dates on that. It was, you were in and out and on your probation, not pretty the same day. That's all very concerning to me. Again, we can't go back and relitigate these things, but there are definitely issues for mitigation. Besides the fact that the report itself is not the strongest, we'll say. So, all of that being said, if there isn't any further discussion, I would make a motion to grant the Class A waiver for San Saba County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff David L. Jenkins, on behalf of Jennifer N. Mellon.
We have a motion and we have a second. Any further discussion or questions? Ms. Barksdale, we're going to do a roll call vote. Bottom up, please.
Okay. Commissioner Kim Lameau.
We're going to go bottom up.
Bottom up, yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Commissioner Justin West.
Aye.
Commissioner Connor Harvey.
Aye.
Commissioner Justin Berry.
Aye.
Commissioner Mario Lascano. Commissioner Michael Griffiths. Commissioner Jana Adkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Patricia Burris.
Aye.
Commissioner Jason Hester.
Aye.
And Commissioner Kim Lameau.
Aye. And the motion passes. Congratulations, Ms. Mellon, Sheriff, and to the county. Did you?
I just want to say thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, you have been given a second chance, a new life, and I think what the agency and the commissioners would ask from you is that you continue to serve with the dedication and integrity that you have been showing since your initial employment, and we wish all of you the best of luck. Thank you. Yeah, one of the things that the executive director and I have been speaking about over the last few weeks is the subject of the waivers coming to the commissioners. You know, we have rules for the training side of TCOLE, and we put a lot of time and effort into ensuring that they have the training and the resources, at least, that we can provide them, the guidance to make sure that they can effectively do their jobs, but also accurately present the information. However, I don't think as an agency that we've done the same for our background investigators, and I think a common denominator with a lot of the waivers has been the fact that there's been mistakes made by the background investigators. And I think it's probably twofold. One, they're not utilizing the resources that they have available. Agencies just aren't doing that. And so I would ask that we work on, you know, some type of messaging and marketing, you know, to ensure that if they ever have a question, about someone that they're considering hiring, that they know who to call, and that, I think just as important, an important component of that messaging is we want you to call. It's kind of like going back, and as a police officer, nothing's more frustrating than somebody who saw something and they didn't speak up. And it's kind of the same thing. We want to encourage them to please call and ask questions on the front end, because oftentimes what we're considering is a licensee who has potentially devoted, they could have moved, they're embedded in their community, they've devoted X number of years, and we hold their license and potentially their livelihood and their future in our hands. So I don't know that we've done the best job that we can do to ensure that we've educated the background investigators. So I'm going to punt that back to you all and ask that you come up with some ideas on how we can better educate our background investigators and also get the message out to those teams and to the head of the agencies that we welcome, we beg, we ask for your phone calls, so that none of us is in that position, especially the licensees.
Madam Chair, yes, ma'am, that's something that I've noticed and that the staff has brought to my attention, is that a lot of our disciplinary cases come from that very thing right there, is that obviously at times we see where an agency may do a poor or a shoddy background, and that's a whole different matter. What I've seen and they've made me aware of is that often agencies are doing good backgrounds, but there's a lack of knowledge, and I think that's a great opportunity for us to help with training, but also messaging and making sure that everyone knows we're really available. I think it would be impossible to say that we're never going to have one of these issues when we're hiring officers throughout this enormously large state. Every now and then there's going to be a situation, and that's just part of it, I think. So if we can reduce the situations where it's completely avoidable, where in circumstances that, oh, well, we thought it was 10 years, and that's not the case. And again, with no offense meant by this word, but that's just ignorance of it, and ignorance can be solved with education. And so that's what we're going to really look for opportunities to do.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. We're going to move to agenda item number 11, which is to discuss and take actions on proceedings for revocation, suspension, and other disciplinary actions. Mr. Heath.
Thank you. The first one we have is an order of revocation on a withdrawn hearing request for Trina Hampton. Respondent received 3 separate reprimands for failing to complete legislatively required continuing education. We sought revocation of respondent's peace officer license. It's important to note for this case that respondent is also licensed as a jailer, but we are seeking to revoke only her peace officer license. After receiving the petition, respondent requested a SOA hearing, State Office of Administrative Hearings. The case was set for a hearing on January 25th, 2024, and shortly before the hearing, respondent filed a motion to dismiss, stating she no longer wanted to appeal the revocation action. SOA granted the motion to dismiss and remanded the case to TCOLE for informal disposition. We recommend revocation of respondent's peace officer license as requested in the original petition.
Any questions?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to accept the executive director's recommendation to revoke the peace officer license for Trina Hampton.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Okay. The next 3 are cases where a petition was sent to the respondents with an agreed waiver attached, and the respondents ultimately signed that agreed waiver, which means they agreed to the executive director's recommended disciplinary action contingent upon the commission issuing a corresponding agreed order. First, we have, this is an agreed suspension, Marina Garcia. Respondent failed to complete the required annual firearms qualifications in 2018 through 2022. We sought a 180-day suspension, and respondent signed the suspension waiver accepting that 180-day suspension. We recommend acceptance of respondent's agreed 180-day suspension.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the 180-day suspension for Marina Garcia.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
The next is another agreed suspension. This is for Jason Zapata. Respondent was convicted or placed on community supervision for 3 theft of property offenses, and they were all Class B misdemeanors. We sought a 10-year suspension, and respondent signed the suspension waiver. We recommend acceptance of respondent's agreed 10-year suspension.
Any discussion or questions?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the agreed 10-year suspension for Jason Zapata.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
The final one is an agreed revocation for Stephanie Solomon. Respondent was convicted or placed on community supervision for deadly conduct, a Class A misdemeanor, and this was an offense involving family violence. We sought revocation, and respondent signed the revocation waiver. We recommend acceptance of respondent's agreed revocation.
Any questions?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the agreed revocation waiver for Stephanie Solomon.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Thank you, and I'm going to turn this over to Assistant General Counsel Jenny Hilbig.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the information-only section, no action is required from you. So we've had 4 statutory suspensions, 5 statutory revocations, 14 permanent surrenders, 1 term surrender, 2 reprimands for administrative violations, and 4 suspensions for failing to complete legislatively required continuing education. Again, no action is required on your part for these disciplinary cases, as they have already taken effect under statute or by operation of law. So this is simply for your information.
Thank you very much. We are now going to move to agenda item number 12, which is to accept public comment.
Call him up. Gene? Yeah, he's right there.
Hello, didn't see him.
Good afternoon, Stan Standridge again. This is atypical. Normally when government bodies consider issues, the public comment is associated with that specific agenda item. So I'm going to go back in reverse to agenda item number 9, I think, as it relates to active attack certification. Actually did not realize this was a proposed final rule until today, and I'm still completely confused because as I understand it, I have been teaching alert for 20 years, and I'm obviously a commissioned peace officer, so I have half of that. I have number 1, and then number 2 says that TCOLE, the commission, shall establish a certification program for providers and for the instructors. I don't even know what that means. How are you going to certify people like me? What is the threshold criteria? Is that something that TCOLE is developing? Is that something that the commission is developing? I'm very curious. So from a public comment perspective, I just would like more guidance on what is the perceived certification program. And I'll leave it at that. And I know Chief Ellis has some comments, and I may have follow up on his comments.
We do want to provide some feedback to you.
Commissioners, under Senator West's bill, we're left with the discretion to identify. I think the legislature's made it very clear that alert is the state standard for active shooter training. So it's the intent of staff to adopt alert certification as the certification required to arrive at the certificate to teach in public schools and institutions of higher education. So Chief Stanridge would qualify based on my knowledge that he's got an instructor certificate and also is a long-standing certified alert instructor. So it is our intent, with your permission, that alert be the standard by which we evaluate people's certification to teach under this proposed rule.
Do we have any questions for Director Grissom?
From the public perspective, thank you. I sincerely appreciate that. I'm fully supportive. Thank you.
Should have been more clear in the rule.
And Chief Ellis, congratulations, sir, on being selected for your new position with the Texas Police Chiefs Association.
Thank you. Gene Ellis, Executive Director for Texas Police Chiefs Association. Good afternoon. We just kind of backing up to item 9. There's been a lot of discussion and chatter over the last week or so about what entails the 16 hours of active shooter training required during this training cycle that we're currently in. And there's been some discussion that would entail that anybody that has not had the 3311 level 1 training, that they have to have that training during this current cycle, which would be before August 31st of 2025. Our concern is to keep that dialogue going. I know some guidance was published and then taken down related to that reiterated that it had to be the 3311. I think I've heard a number like that you would have to run 120 plus classes a month between now and the end of the cycle to get all the people through that. There is alert training is happening. There's a curriculum that's been developed, and there's a choice of courses that I know Chief Standridge can certainly educate us on that are available to achieve that 16 hours this cycle. But doing the level 1 being the only option if somebody's not had it is just not achievable. So we're interested in continuing that dialogue for all Texas law enforcement. So thank you.
Yes, sir. And we have received a lot of feedback on that, and we are continuing with discussions. I would expect that there'll be potentially some additional guidance or clarification out very soon. I don't know if any of y'all have any other comments.
It's an ongoing conversation.
Okay, we have agenda items number 13 and 14, which relate to executive session. We will not be going into executive session. So we will move. Before I do that, I neglected to thank UT Austin and Chief Eve Stevens for their hospitality and use of this facility. So we appreciate that very much. And we'll move to agenda item number 15. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I second it.
What is your motion, sir?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay.
And I second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you and have a good afternoon.